I would ask everyone to stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight's invocation is being offered by Council Member Walter Hunt.
Let us pray. Almighty God, you have given us this good land for our heritage. In times of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in a day of trouble, do not allow our trust in you to fail. We humbly ask you that we may always prove ourselves a mindful people of your favor and glad to do your will. This I ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Without objection, we'll suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of the members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for the approval of our minutes from our May 19th meeting? We have a motion and a second. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Harmon.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move that at the time of adjournment of this meeting, the council adjourn to Tuesday, June 9th, 2015 at 6 p.m. for the purpose of considering Ordinance BL 2015-1142, the capital improvements budget for fiscal year 2016 on third and final reading, along with any other matters that you, Vice Mayor, deem appropriate for consideration at that time.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're now at elections and confirmations. Councilmember Harmon.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee met this evening and considered the reappointment of Mr. Ben Mosley to the Historic Zoning Commission and the appointment of Dr. Aaron Pryor to the Human Relations Commission. Both were recommended for approval, 5 in favor, none opposed, and I would move their approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. When I call your name, please stand and remain standing. Ben Mosley and Dr. Aaron Pryor. On behalf of the entire Metropolitan Council, thank you for your willingness to volunteer your time and your expertise for our great city. Thank you very much. Okay. We're now to items that are on public hearing. The first one that we will be putting on public hearing is the operating budget, not the capital improvements budget, but the operating budget for the city. We do ask that folks not be redundant. If you're speaking, we don't need to hear the same thing 10 times, so please try to be not repetitive. The first one is BL 2015-1122, adopts the budget ordinance for fiscal year 2016. Councilmember Pridemore.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I open the public hearing, please.
Please raise your hand if you're in favor of the operating budget. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition to the operating budget. Those in favor of the operating budget wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern. You will need to state your name and your address.
My name is Danny Hale. I'm the president of the Fraternal Order of Police, Nashville, Tennessee, 440 Westwood Drive in South Nashville. I am here. I'm not excited about the operating budget, but I ask that you pass the operating budget because finally, after all this time, there is a raise for the employees of the Metropolitan Police Department, and it's not as good as it should be because we were flattened out for 4 years. And it does have a part in there to give one of those step raises. And I'm sorry, I said raise, and that's a bad habit. It's an increment because people in this administration feel like they can take raises away from you. So they should live up to their guarantees and let you keep your increments. But we won't have to deal with that but for a few more months anyway. But I just want to speak in favor of this budget. I know that this council has worked hard. I know Councilman Pridemore has worked very hard on this budget to get everything going. And like I said, it's not as good as I would like for it to be, but it is what it is. And I do thank you all for your service because I know you do a great job, and I know that y'all been blindsided as bad as we have at times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jewel Wynn, and I live on Loretta Drive in Goodlettsville, Tennessee, and I am a proud graduate of the Metro Public School System, Middle Tennessee State University, and Tennessee State University. I serve as an administrator and faculty member at Tennessee State University, and I'm a member of several organizations, including the Chamber's Education Committee and recently named co-chair of the Nashville Report Card Committee. I'm here today to encourage you, the Metro Council, to vote in support of the recommended budget for MNPS, specifically the 2015-16 budget, which includes dedicated financial compensation for those teachers, including lead teachers, multi-classroom teachers, and instructional coaches, classroom leaders as well, who take on additional responsibility within their schools. Both of my parents are retired MNPS teachers, and I remember the additional duties that they took on when I was young, and I know that they would appreciate an incentive such as this. Therefore, as we prepare our 21st century students for the 21st century workforce, this is certainly a smart, effective way to keep strong teachers in the classroom while providing leadership opportunities for the best educators in our district. As an educator myself, I appreciate that there are many ways to spend dollars related to human capital, but I'm equally appreciative that we have a council who understands the importance of empowered and effective teachers. So again, on behalf of the Nashville Chamber's Education Committee and as a report card committee member, thank you for being so thoughtful in your support of teacher leaders. We believe this will prove to be an incentive in retaining for our district the best and brightest educators. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Clay Haynes, and I live on Fatherland Street in East Nashville. I'm here tonight as a member of the Metro Nashville Arts Commission. On behalf of the Arts Commission and all of our grantees, I want to thank you for your public service and for your continued support of the arts. We are here to ask for your continued support, including a recommendation made in committee to increase the Metro Nashville Arts budget. There are a few key reasons to continue the council's investment in Metro Arts. First, Metro Arts is a catalyst for our artistic community. The many diverse arts groups we support make a difference in the lives of all of our citizens. The Arts Commission manages the expanding public art program that extends to every corner of our community. Second, the Metro Arts has an economic impact. Nashville's creative community generated more than 36,000 jobs and $90 million in direct revenue, and these numbers do not include the music industry. Third, Metro Arts supports education. Many of the grantees you support work directly with students in after-school programs, tutoring, mentoring, and in cultural enrichment. Finally, Metro Arts contributes to the quality of life and the vibrancy which I believe makes Nashville one of the greatest cities in America. As a member of the Metro Arts Commission, and on behalf of our entire commission, I want to encourage your support for fully funding Nashville Metro Arts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lorenzo Clark, and I live at 1110 Haysboro Avenue in Inglewood. I'm a 911 dispatcher, and I have worked for the Emergency Communications Department for the past 11 years. As we are all aware, the city of Nashville is growing, and with the growth of the city, we've seen an increase in the 911 call volume. On a daily average, our department answers over 1,000 emergency calls daily. We are literally the first responders before police, fire, or an ambulance arrives. We are the people you talk to and you cope with when the emergencies arrive. We are that calming voice when a young teen calls wanting to commit suicide, or the guiding voice that aids someone with instructions birthing a new addition into this world. It's important to note while we do all this frontline care, we are not considered public safety. We do not receive the same retirement benefits nor the compression pay you are currently considering for the police and fire. We hope with these examples and thousands of others we deal with every day, we would like for this to change. We are woefully understaffed and in need of a new building, something we hope you will consider in next year's capital improvement budget proposal. In this year's budget, we are grateful for the 2.5%, and we are grateful for our and our future dispatchers' pensions and that they're secure. We want to maintain a pension for all Metro employees going forward, and that our benefits matter. We do an important job here in Metro, and we want to know that as our senior leaders that you care about us and the quality of work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Trina Jordan, and I live at 1802 Sherwood Lane. I work for Metro Social Services as a program coordinator, and I've been there 21 years. I want to say that the services provided by Metro Social Services are important to this community. We're like the catch-all service in Davidson County for residents who are homeless, hungry, losing their homes, have no idea where to get adult or family services in the city. We're the providers of nutrition for the elderly. We have the elderly conservatorship program. We provide dignified indigent burial, and we provide the community needs evaluation for the city. Also, during the winter months, we man the warming centers for those that had no shelter. I'm asking you to vote for the budget. We need to support the employees that support the most vulnerable people in our city. As you know, we sacrificed 5 years of raises. When the city was in need, we lost employees. Particularly, we lost our homemakers who served the most vulnerable. They did a diligent job. They took care of our elderly and our needy, and we're not having them anymore because of privatization. We did not sacrifice any quality of service during all the changes at social services, especially during the recession and the flood. You must also preserve our defined benefit plan for the current and future Metro general government employees. It's time for Metro to prepare for the future growth of our city and the needs of all its residents. That includes the rich, the poor, the young, and the old. We need to invest in our departments to make sure the quality of life is good for all Nashvillians for the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Exie Harrington. I live at 1221 Belshire Drive. I'm a circulation assistant too at the Nashville Public Library, where I'm proud to have served for the public for only 4 years. I would like to echo what some of my fellow city employees have said here tonight. Yes, we like the budget. Yes, we like the cost of living adjustment. Yes, we like the step increases that have been included. Yes, we like the idea that the library branches should be open on Fridays to better serve the public. But there's one thing that affects my coworkers at the main library downtown that I want to bring up, even though it doesn't affect me personally. Unlike most Davidson County employees in the public or private sector, the workers in the downtown library have to pay to park where they work at. A lot of people aren't aware of this, but library employees are paying over $100 a month to park in the main library's own parking garage. That isn't fair. It doesn't promote the best values of our community, and it can be fixed now that there's talk of expanding the parking garage in the main library. We need to make sure that city employees are accommodated in some way by this expansion. I hope that moving forward, you all will help take part in this conversation. Public employees should not be punished financially for working downtown. Thank you for your time, and again, I urge you all to vote for the proposed budget before you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tyrone Jolly. I live at 3862 Crouch Drive. I'm a lifelong resident of Nashville, and I am an active and registered voter. I work for Metro Water Services, where I'm proud to say I've served for the past 24 years. I would like to ask the council members to support the proposed budget in front of you. But my real purpose for speaking tonight is to encourage all of us in this chamber and those watching from home to recommit as a city to set priorities that protect public services, strengthen our infrastructure, and keep pace with all the growth that we've seen in the past few years. Now let's be clear. We all want Nashville to succeed, but this can't happen to benefit just a few at the expense of others. For example, it's no secret that the city has handed out massive tax breaks and incentives to big businesses and corporations, most of whom were already located here and never had any intention of leaving. If you add up all of that corporate welfare, you're looking at well over $1 billion over 20 years that the city will never see. That's funding for schools, parks, library, and water infrastructure projects that may never happen now. Even though it's obvious that the city is growing and more people than ever are going to need those things. Being its city and having growth means nothing if we can't maintain a good quality of life where regular folks can work and raise their family and take part of the American dream. Those are the priorities we need to keep focused on, and I would like to think that those of you who want to get reelected in this council or who are running for the first time will keep that idea in mind. Schools cost money, parks cost money, sidewalks cost money, clean drinking water and sewage services cost a whole lot of money. We need to think of ways how to pay for these things, not how to give money away to businesses who frankly don't need it. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you for your service, and thank you for supporting this budget.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is L. Honey Russell, and I live in Old Hickory Village in Old Hickory, Tennessee, and I'm asking you to vote for this budget. Nashville, for me, has been a great place to raise a family and work as an educational assistant in Metro Nashville Public Schools. As an EA, I service your most vulnerable children with special needs. And as a member of SEIU, I make sure that I service all of my colleagues. Now we are all of one accord with the next chapter of moving forward for the city. As a Metro employee, I am very excited because for me, this means the first time I will experience a fresh start in Metro government with a new school superintendent, a new mayor, a new vice mayor, as well as the new city council. This makes me hopeful that as an employee, I will not only be an afterthought, but rather regarded as a valued member of Metro government, especially when it comes to the budget and the allocation of funds raised for Metro employees. It is also vitally important that you maintain the current defined benefit budget plan for all of our future general government employees. I'm asking you to vote for the budget so we as employees can begin to recoup for the lost cost of living and increment raises we have sacrificed when the city was at its financially lowest point to make sure that the city survived the recession. Nashville works because we work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cassidy Martin, and I'm here in favor of the mayor's budget. I'm a sophomore that goes to Big Picture High School. I live in Madison off of Neely's Bend Road, and when I grow up, I want to be an English teacher in South Korea. To be an English teacher in South Korea, you have to have a certain skill set. You have to have public speaking. You have to be good at being able to speak in front of a large group of people, whether it be teachers or students. You have to be able to know how to communicate. You have to be able to how to communicate your feelings, your thoughts, or what you're teaching. I can do that through spoken word. Spoken word is an art form. It's something that I cherish. It's something that's gotten me through 6th grade when I was a loner and I didn't talk to anybody. I didn't like anybody. It's really brought me out of my shell. It's really helped me form who I am. It's also helped me academically. I'm able to speak in front of a large group of people. I'm able to speak at exhibitions, and I couldn't write 5 pages of an autobiography without having the skill set of writing spoken word. And by writing spoken word, I've done that with Southern Word. That's been made possible through the Metro Arts Commission and City Council. It's my internship. It's a part of my everyday life. It's helped me through so much and through my whole life. And I really hope that you continue to support the arts.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Young, 100 Arlington Avenue, and I represent the firefighters here in Nashville. Members of the council, we have an opportunity, and I hope you take advantage of it. Our department is short in staff. We need some help. We need to get our staffing levels up. It's a safety issue. It's a safety issue for the men and women on the job. It's also a safety issue for the taxpayer. I would think it'd be fair to say that the numbers in 1980 of our staffing numbers are less today than it was then. The population in this city has grown tremendously. We have got to get these numbers where they should be, and I ask if you are proposed to increase the budget at the fire department, please do so. This is very important that we get this done. Also, many of y'all know our equipment is in terrible shape. We do have some new equipment coming. We hope to slow some of this cancer down on some of our equipment and get some of this stuff on the road and quit shutting down some of these companies. When we shut a company down, it affects your district. The response time to your area is delayed. Very important that we keep the trucks in these firehouses and keep them running and keep them operational. So I ask you please to consider some type of increase in the fire budget to take care of these issues. I appreciate what y'all done over the last 4 years. I've made many friends here. Some of you will still be here the next 4 years. We're going to have a lot of new faces, and I plan to continue working with you, and thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chauncey Springer, and I live at 533 Harold Pruitt Drive. I'm an employee of the Metro Public Health Department, where I've proudly served our public for almost 10 years. While I'm here to ask you to support the proposed budget that's before you, there are several things that my coworkers and I would like to see as priorities moving forward. First of all, we'd like to see major reform in our civil service rules and our pay plan, both of which currently work against employees and the public's best interests. We would greatly appreciate the health department. We'd greatly appreciate that the health department consider partnering with our union to develop civil service rules, policies, and pay plans that listen to the interest of the worker. This is the arrangement that exists across the general government departments, which has been successful, and we'd like to see this same approach take place at the health department. But there are several things that concern us, that concern me and my coworkers, and it may be something that you all are aware of in the room, but the funding for the health department is a major concern. You may or may not know, but we rely heavily on grants and state. We rely on grants from the state and from the federal government, and we also rely on funding from different foundations. With the current business and political winds, these funds are at risk and are decreasing. We are deeply concerned that our budget will shrink even when more and more people are moving into Davidson County, and the needs and the services of the health department are at risk. For those reasons, we won't, well, we need to see a stronger commitment to Metro funding. I guess for me, my question would be, how prepared would the city be if we had something as big as an Ebola outbreak? And so if the funding for the health department doesn't qualify as supporting public safety, I don't know what does. So I'm saying all that to say I truly believe that Nashville hasn't seen Nashville's seen its best years, or its best years ahead. This budget is a good start to getting us moving in that direction, but there's a lot we must do. Let us do it together. And I say thank you. Thank you for your services, and thank you for voting for this budget.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rico C. Sr., and I live at 503 Sunset Circle, and I work as an in-school suspension monitor at Jerry Baxter Prep Middle School. I am asking you to vote on the proposed budget, but I would like to state a concern that myself and many other co-workers have. For the last 3 years, my co-workers in support staff positions in the Metro school system, along with many other Metro government employees in various departments across this city, have suffered with positions being cut or vacancies not being filled. These cuts and unfilled vacancies put a real strain on the quality of services that we as employees provide to this city. Our goal as Metro employees is to provide the best services to the citizens of Davidson County, but continuing on this current path of providing tips and pilots to help pay for the attractions that the working poor and the underclass people can afford. I wonder, are things going to get better for everyone in Nashville? We are giving away future city revenues that is desperately needed to support the infrastructure of the city of Nashville, so we can too continue to be the city, the it city. Nashville is an awesome place to live. It is a privilege to work for the students as an in-school suspension monitor and as a basketball coach, a soccer coach, and a volleyball coach. However, we have to prepare for the growth for our city by funding city services so we can provide the best for everyone in Metro Davidson County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James Bradley, and I live at 2414 Middle Street, where I'm proud have served the public for 29 years at Metro Water Services. And in speaking about this year's proposed budget, there's a lot to like. But there's one thing about the budget that's been bothering me and my coworkers, and it has to do with the pay plan that's being proposed. This year's pay plan contains something called compression pay. And as I understand it, compression pay is an attempt to try to restore step raises that employees missed over the last few years when the economy was down. The problem here is that the compression pay only gives increase to public safety employees. Now, don't get me wrong. I think it's great that the fire and police get their compression step. They're owed. But let's keep in mind that all city employees made sacrifices during the flood and the recession, and all city employees should be made whole. The truth is that there's a lot of city employees beside police officers and firefighters who have a role in protecting the public. The 911 dispatchers, the police, the fire civilian workers, and the employees at the sheriff's office are just a few to come to mind. You can also make a case that my coworkers at Metro Water falls under the category of public safety. After all, without water, firefighters wouldn't be able to do their jobs. There's many other functions of metro government that affects the safety of the public as well. Traffic lights, animal control, immunization, and flu shots. Stopping the spread of communicable disease, food inspection, clean water. So if you look at the big picture, our schools, our public libraries, and our parks contribute to a productive learning environment for our children. And when you have that, you have less crime, therefore public safety. Speaking on behalf of my fellow Metro employees, we want to be treated equally and fairly and want this issue of compression pay addressed by the new mayor and the new council. Thank you for your opportunity to speak, and thank you for your service to our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me your time and ear regarding the budget improvements on behalf of the Metro Human Relations Commission. I'm Aisha Lubahala, a commissioner and small business owner of a home care staffing agency and founder of the Muslim Women's Council. I am joined by our board chair, Frank True, the founder of HIP Donaldson. Since February of this year, our commission appointed a new executive director, Mel Fowler Green. The commission is very excited about the energy and experience she brings, and we are confident that under her leadership, the commission will continue to do important work. The commission believes that being inclusive, just, and fair is vital to the safety, health, and welfare of all Nashvillians. We also believe that the commission can and does play an important role in protecting this inclusiveness. We want to thank you for listening to our commissioner's remarks last week, and we want to encourage you to please include in the final budget the additional $27,600 the commission staff requested. This increase will ensure that the commission can hire the best staff and continue to have meaningful engagements and policy recommendations, needs assessments, and community education. Again, thank you for giving me these few minutes, and please consider why we are making this additional request and how helpful it will be in furthering our motto of Nashville being one city for all people. Thank you.
Thank you. If there is anyone else who wishes to speak in support of the operating budget, please line up at the lectern. Seeing none, anyone in opposition to the operating budget wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern. Those in opposition to the operating budget and you wish to speak, please line up at the lectern. State your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Dutton, and I live at 1728 Ordway Place. So I am speaking against the operational budget. I am a teacher in Metro Nashville Public Schools at Glencliff High School, and I have students who have been racially profiled against, mistreated by police, and I'm against mass incarceration. I see the jail expansion without efforts to gain community input as aligned with national ideology.
We are on the operating budget, not the capital improvements budget. Just we haven't gotten to the jail or the police headquarters yet.
Okay, I'll wait then.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Anyone in opposition to the operating budget? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Pridemore.
You wish a committee report?
Please.
The Budget and Finance Committee voted 11 for, 0 against to approve and re-refer the budget committee at the next budget meeting.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next is the capital improvements budget. BL 2015-1142 adopts the capital improvements program for fiscal year 2015-2016. Councilmember Pridemore.
I move to open the public hearing, please.
Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in support of the capital improvements budget? Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition to the capital improvements budget. Those in favor of the capital improvements budget who wish to speak, please line up at the lectern. You'll need to state your name and your address, please.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Tom Turner. I live at 4321 Prescott Road. I'm president of the Nashville Downtown Partnership, and the Nashville Downtown Partnership supports the continued implementation of the Unified Flood Preparedness Plan throughout the city of Nashville and specific downtown components being considered in the capital improvements budget before you now. Downtown is a neighborhood. It's a neighborhood that occupies less than 1% of the city of Nashville. It's a neighborhood that's home to more than 7,500 people, more than 55,000 jobs, and it's the neighborhood that welcomes more than 12 million visitors every year. It's the neighborhood we all share. And downtown Nashville is a tax generator. 5.4% of all property taxes collected in Davidson County come from downtown, and 18.7% of all sales tax collected in Davidson County comes from downtown. And those taxes fund services countywide, not just for one neighborhood. Again, it's the neighborhood we all share. To summarize, we do support the citywide Unified Flood Preparedness Plan and the capital improvement budget, and thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you.
Greetings, Vice Mayor and Council. I'm Mac McDonald, representing Pilcher Partners at 144 2nd Avenue North here in downtown Nashville. First of all, I want to commend this council, the mayor and his administration for the leadership that you have shown many years as I have been involved in the redevelopment and preservation efforts in downtown Nashville since the 1970s. Without your help, without strong leadership in the mayor's office, we never would be where we are today. So I applaud you and all the work that you've done. Today, I want to ask your support for the downtown plan in the capital improvements budget. Unfortunately for me, we had a building that was severely damaged in the May 2010 flood. This is one of 3 buildings I've actually owned on 2nd Avenue, but the Pilcher building was inundated by floodwaters in May 2010 to an extent that we incurred over $800,000 in direct damages and were not able to maintain the leasable space in our building, which adversely affected our building value and our ability to really meet fully our obligations to our tenants and their employees. So it's been 5 years and we still have not returned that space, which is approximately 8,000 square feet, to a leasable condition. However, we are excited about the possibility that with the 4-part plan proposed for flood protection and mitigation, that we will once again be able to offer that space, which will obviously help us as we attract more tenants, as we attract more jobs for employees of those tenants, and as we increase our revenues so that our building will be increasing in value, therefore paying more property taxes and generating our share to the growth of the city of Nashville. So we think that it's a smart thing to do. We think it's a wise thing to do. It's the right thing to do, and we want you to urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ralph Schultz. I'm the CEO of the Nashville Area Chamber. We're here to support the Unified Flood Protection Plan. And the first thing I'd like to say to you is that flood protection is jobs protection. Jobs are crucial not only to the community, but to each individual's opportunity to recover from disaster damage themselves. Nothing's more important than being able to maintain that job. And downtown is the epicenter of this county economy. You heard Tom mention 55,000 jobs. 1 in 5 hospitality jobs, or 1 in 5 jobs in this county are hospitality jobs. And every day, people in your districts get on the road and come to work in downtown or are impacted by jobs that are downtown. Our chamber was undamaged by water damage, but we were displaced for 2 weeks because of utility damage downtown, limited access, transportation access, and hundreds of businesses in the downtown area were affected in that same way because of water damage that was done to infrastructure. Many businesses that can't restore their functions within 2 weeks of being damaged by a flood will go out of business, and those jobs will be lost. And from a hospitality perspective, just look at the Houston coverage that's taken place. Imagine the reaction of visitors to Nashville as they view sustained disaster coverage from a flood downtown. Hundreds of thousands of visitors will elect not to come to Nashville, and that will create job losses for thousands of people that are supported by those hundreds of thousands of visitors. So, jobs are necessary to disaster recovery, and by supporting the Unified Flood Prevention Plan, you are supporting the retention of jobs. Flood protection is job protection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Hayes. I live at 4409 Warner Place. I'm here tonight in my capacity as president of CB Ragland Company. Our firm was founded in 1919 on 2nd Avenue South. We were displaced by the Great Flood of 1927. I'm fortunate that my great-grandfather decided to relocate our company after that flood, a couple blocks south outside of the flood zone. There were great floods in 27 and 50 and 75 and 2010. There will be another flood again. It's not a 500 year, it's not a 100 year, it's not 1 in 100. We've seen these big floods happen time and time again. I expect another one to occur in my lifetime and certainly in many of your lives. We've been involved in developing and redeveloping the Sobro neighborhood for quite some time. One of the number one questions that we've had from both out-of-state bankers, out-of-state prospective tenants, and equity investors is, what's the city doing about the flood? If you guys were watching any of the TV coverage during the flood, I wasn't. I was out dealing with the recovery and trying to help my neighbors out. We were lucky not to have flooded that time, but Lester Holt was camped out on our front door from NBC News for 3 days, broadcasting images of the devastation. Jim Cantori from the Weather Channel, same thing. Stood next to him, watched the coverage. It was horrible around the nation. Now, Nashville stepped up. Nashvillians helped each other. But I want to, implore you guys to all support the Unified Flood Protection Plan to protect downtown, to protect the city's growth, and to protect the generations to come in Nashville from what certainly will be another flood in my lifetime and in many of your lifetimes. We can't have the same type of negative coverage, press coverage that we had just 5 years ago. It's amazing. I think back about 5 years ago, and 2 or 3 years after the flood, anytime I'd see 2 or 3 inches of rain come in an hour, I felt like I had a little bit of PTSD. It was a flashback to, oh God, we're going to have another one. I encourage you to protect this community. This is not just a downtown issue. It's a Davidson County, it's a Metro Nashville issue. We need this flood wall to protect all of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barrett Hobbs. I live at 124 Spring Valley Road. Members of the council, Ms. Vice Mayor, thanks for the opportunity to speak about this. I don't have a lot of fancy statistics or anything to really wow y'all at this point, but I'm coming to you from a business owner in the Music Valley, Opryland area, as well as downtown Nashville. My family's had businesses in the Opryland area. We've been through 3 or 4 floods, 2 of them very devastating. The one of 2010 cost us, outside of insurance coverage, over $850,000 hard cash. It was devastating. 6 weeks before this happened, I started my first business on Broadway. I now have 5 different businesses down here with other partners. I don't have the solution. I don't think anybody in the room does. We need to do something. As Nashville has grown, it's inevitable that the growth of our entire county is hinged to downtown Nashville. At one point, maybe downtown Nashville wasn't as important as it is now, but where it goes, the rest of us kind of go. I wish this was more of a comprehensive plan that reached to every councilmatic district. I don't think there's a man or woman in this room that doesn't have flood issues. We certainly have them in the Music Valley Opryland area. I've got business partners that have land off of Richland Creek, off of Mills Creek, throughout Davidson County. Many of y'all are going to leave us, and you won't be here as your terms have expired. Those of you that are staying, I hope you'll work with the new administration to mandate in next year's budget that if this goes through, that the other areas of this city aren't forgotten. You know, I hate to see that it's kind of downtown against other areas, especially when you've got businesses all over. But it's going to be up to you ladies and gentlemen that go forward to hold the next administration accountable if you pass this forward. So I think right now it's almost mandatory that we protect downtown and look forward for a more comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Frank True. I live at 3005 Knobview Drive in Donaldson. I've lived in Donaldson all of my life. I served for 9 years as the president of Lincoln Hills Neighborhood Association, which is along the Cumberland and Stones River in Donaldson. I'm also one of the founders and the current president of HIP Donaldson. In May of 2010, the flood devastated Davidson County. The nation watched as first responders and citizens responded to this disaster together. I was very proud of the way our city officials, administration, and responders came together as one Nashville. We did not see things like we are Donaldson, or we didn't see we are Bellevue. We all came together as one. We are Nashville. We saw it all over Facebook, pictures with t-shirts. And I don't believe that this United Flood Plan, this part for the downtown area, is going to be something that's going to be devastating to the rest of the counties. I believe it's something that we should look at, we should fix. We have to protect our downtown area. The engineering studies have shown that in another flood with the flood wall in place would increase the flood waters by 1/16 of an inch. I think that's something that we can handle, and the protection of our city is very necessary. So I urge you to support this funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Terry Clements. I'm here tonight representing the Convention and Visitors Corporation at 150 4th Avenue North. I want to take a little bit of a global view and say that Nashville has a brand that is one of the strongest brands in the world in Music City. However, that weekend in May, all of a sudden the cancellations began and just kept pounding us as you heard these TV stories that were going on and on. We got on TV and on radio very quickly to get the word out that Nashville is open, but nevertheless, over the next 6 months, we lost 20% of our business, which is $400 million 5 years ago. And it took a while to come back from that. Since then, we have built an awful lot more downtown. The convention center, hotels, restaurants, attractions. We're a much bigger business now. We're a $5.5 billion business. And if we had that kind of devastation again, it would be a $1 billion loss. So we look at this as a way to mitigate something that would devastate this industry. One of the things that you sometimes don't realize is in the minds of someone planning a vacation, safety of the destination will never be spoken, but it'll always be the top of mind. If there's a reason to think that is not a safe place to go, they're not coming. And this is something to make sure that it is a safe place to come. We are strongly in favor of a preparedness plan and a flood plan and urge you to consider it.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kyle Young. I'm here representing the Country Music Hall of Fame and Museum, 222 Fifth Avenue South. Like many others, we were affected by this flood. The museum closed for 6 days. The Ford Theater and the Rotunda, the room where all the Hall of Famers are enshrined, was closed for several months for repair and remediation work. Floodwater is not a good thing. The total cost for reparation and lost business for us, $1.533 million. Of course, since then, we've invested about $100 million in an expansion that is more than double the size of our museum. Visitation has grown from about 400,000 in 2010 to 970,000 in 2014. Our economic impact, according to the American for the Arts, last year was over 59 million. So it's really hard to predict what we would be facing if, in fact, we were faced with another flood similar to the flood of 2010. There are so many stories about the city coming together to pull through those crazy, dark days. We had a few ourselves, but we will never forget how quickly workers who were working across the street on the Music City Center came to our aid. They descended on our back lot. Bill Dooling was the project manager. I will never forget this guy, to help us. They brought a front loader and 3 truckloads of sand, which was hard to find, and they rallied to help move that sand and other material to protect the back of our building, where our mechanical systems were located. The floodwater was rising. A breach there would have been devastating. No power would have placed our priceless collection in danger. And from that collection is everything flows from that collection in our museum. Every exhibition, all the school programs, every museum program. Honestly, went home that night thinking that we had done our best, but not enough. But luckily, the water receded. I really appreciate your time, and I hope that you will consider approving the funding for the downtown flood protection system.
Thank you.
I'm Ellen Lehman, and I have the great good fortune of being the president of the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. And I'm wearing this T-shirt because the kids don't think something happened unless there's a T-shirt. So, just in case there are any kids watching. At the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee in 2000, in the wake of the 1998 tornado, we asked a group of nonprofits to come together to create a plan for coordinated, collaborative disaster response in partnership with Metro government. That system is what helped this community get back on our feet in record time after the 2010 flood. When we built it, we hoped we would never need it. We as a community cannot stop all disasters. What we can do is ease their aftermath. We are here today to encourage flood mitigation. We cannot stop the floods. They have been occurring throughout Nashville's history, and they will continue to occur. But we can work to dampen their capacity to cause lasting harm. Our greatest tool in disaster response, and every day, however, is that we are Nashville. In 2010, we are Nashville. In 2015, we are Nashville. That hasn't changed. In 2010, it wasn't We Are Bellevue competing with We Are Donaldson, it was We Are Nashville. From Hamilton Road to Mill Creek to the Nations, it was We Are Nashville. When people gave money, it wasn't, we want the money to go to our neighborhood. When people gave time and volunteered, it wasn't, we want to only help people who live near us. People made sandwiches, got in their cars, and scoured affected neighborhoods looking for people who were hungry. We got out of our cars and out of our comfort zones to help. People gave concerts, charged $1 a dance at a wedding in Knoxville. A kick-a-thon in Ohio sent us money, and a New American rode the bus to literally empty his pockets for his new neighbors. In the years since, every time we've had a big rain, we've worried about our neighbors' houses, the very ones we helped rebuild, flooding again. But one thing has changed. Now more than ever, downtown is our economic driver and the key to our community's prosperity. But today, downtown is a neighborhood as well. And I, for one, sometimes think of Henry Ford, who said, if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always gotten. We were Nashville then. We are Nashville now. We have to do everything in our power to remain Nashville forever. And as we reflect on our good fortune in being able to harness the power of We Are Nashville to restore lives and rebuild our community, our hearts go out to Houston and Austin, who don't seem to have in place the preparation we have enjoyed when it comes to disaster response. Thank you.
My name is Evan Bayless, and I live at 1225 Lighthouse Place. I first want to commend the council as you guard against fatigue this evening, listening to all these people speak. I will acknowledge that I am an employee at the Sheriff's Office, and I support this capital improvement budget. But within that, I'm actually addressing you this evening as a resident of Southeast Nashville. Where the jails are currently located, there is a Sam's Club. I shop at that Sam's Club. There is a Sky High facility where I take my kids and they play whenever we can get time to go over there. I was a member at the Nashville Athletic Club right up until Planet Fitness offered $10 memberships. The point is, there's currently jails that are operating there, and the addition of another is not going to change my day-to-day dealings with that community. I'm a consumer of that area. I've watched the Harding Inn close and sit idle and nothing come of it. I've watched a liquor store close and then that change into a check cashing place. I firmly believe that this budget, this improvement, will actually be a shot in the arm, per se, to that area as more attention will be drawn to that location. And I thank you all for allowing me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
My name is Nicole Woodworth, and I'm here on behalf of Market Street Enterprises in favor of the flood protection system. As the core of Nashville continues to grow and develop, it is important to protect the significant investments we are making in our city's future. As master developer of the Gulch neighborhood, it is important for us to keep the almost 2,000 residents and over 50 local and national businesses and growing office population safe. If downtown is impacted by a natural disaster, it will significantly impact the quality of life for Gulch residents and businesses in a negative way. If downtown is negatively impacted, we will all suffer the consequences, as many of the businesses in the neighborhood rely on tourism. We are not just looking out for the Gulch, we are also thinking about neighborhoods such as Sobro and the Germantown Jefferson Street area that are seeing substantial growth and are making a positive impact on our city. We are in support of the initiative to keep Nashville safe and growing in a positive way for many years to come. So please vote yes on the flood protection system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Harry Gines. I live at 141 Nice Drive. I'm a 23-year veteran of the Sheriff's Office, and I want to express my strong support for the construction of the new jail at the Harding spot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Mayhaw. I live at 305 Church Street in downtown Nashville. On May 1st, 2010, I was traveling from West Tennessee looking at the weather map and trying to dodge the tornado alerts that kept popping up. After arriving home, I learned that I just missed the interstate becoming impassable due to the flooding. In the meantime, the waters began to rise. I headed to the river to see for myself what was happening, and someone told me that he had heard that it was every man for himself. There were reporters stationed at the riverfront spreading the word of the rising waters. A woman from Antioch dropped off sandbags in a futile attempt to stop the river from overflowing. All the while, the National Weather Service maintained that it would not be a significant weather event. As I tried to calm fears, my neighbor Walt and I watched as water violently gushed into the Wild Horse from the pipes below. My friend Mac, with mixed emotions, proudly showed me his home in a newly renovated space in the basement of the Pilcher building. The next day, Walt's home, Mac's home, and the Wild Horse were all flooded out. Downtown was shut down. A few days later, there was a community meeting at the library. Butch Spiriton played a recording of a woman from out of town that said, "Don't worry, she was still going to come to visit Nashville." That's when my tears began to flow as the magnitude of our situation hit home. Then Mayor Dean began his mantra saying that Nashville's best days are ahead of us. During that dark and frightening time, this was hard to internalize. But every time I saw him speak, he repeated the same phrase, "Our best days are ahead of us." Slowly it began to sink in, and every time he said it, I believed him a little bit more. Now look at us, our best days are here. And Mayor Dean is asking us one more time to have faith in him. He wants us to preserve the comeback and protect our downtown resources that generate jobs and taxes that benefit the entire county. So Mayor Dean, I support you, and I'm asking the council to support you. When another flood happens again, I'll be able to say I stood up and took a stand to protect our city, and I hope you all will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I would like to thank you for this opportunity. I'm Xadria Inslee. I reside at 2511 Lake Villa Drive. I am standing here before you in support of the capital budget for the Sheriff's Office complex in Antioch. I have been working with the Sheriff's Office for over 10 years. I also reside in that area, Southeast Nashville. I am a consumer of Southeast Nashville, and I am hoping that you all would support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Paul Malloy. I live at 2814 St. Edward Drive. I'm here in support of the move of the facilities to the Harding site. I've lived on that St. Edward Drive for 50 years. I proudly worked for the Sheriff's Office for 24 of those years. Most of that time is spent in reentry and programming services. There have been 3 facilities built on that site since I've owned my property. My property values have gone up 4-fold. Property values in that area are not going down. I can find no research showing that when you put a facility that we're speaking with in an area and in a neighborhood, those property values do not go down. And I would really challenge anybody to support that with data. If we are discussing real estate and property and the values of such, the properties downtown have value. The buildings downtown that people are housed in do not. I've heard a lot of discussion about facilities and sites in the community. I have heard very little about reentry services. As mentioned, I've worked with offenders or citizens, to keep it in context, for many years. Those incarcerated are not trash. By and large, they have made very poor decisions, or they have other issues as substance abuse, mental health issues, or other challenges some of us have faced or our family members have faced. Currently, the only facilities offering the highest quality of reentry services are the 3 facilities located at the Harding site. We would love to give you a tour. This is our community. I am passionate about reentry for those who are less than what we have. I've lived in the Southeast Nashville my entire life and would not jeopardize or compromise any public safety for my family members in that neighborhood, my community, or my neighbors. You have a responsibility to take care of those who are less able to take care of themselves. That is your responsibility. Let's make no mistake about that. Politics aside, there are people in the facilities who need the quality facilities so we can provide the quality reentry services to all of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Davis. I work for the Sheriff's Office as well, 5830 Cloverland Drive. I'm going to echo Paul's sentiments and say that I would never support or would want you to support anything that I felt would danger my family or your family. When I go to sleep at night tonight and tomorrow night, I sleep well knowing that we are safe and those facilities that we have there are safe. 2 years from now when they're built, I'll feel the same exact way. I grew up about a mile from that site right there. I used to ride my bicycle right past the facility that's there now. Back then, they had another jail there called the DeBerry Institute. It didn't bother our neighborhood, and nor do these ones that we have now. 2/3 of all our inmates that we have are there currently. They're there now. We're just going to add a few more there to that same site, and we've been good neighbors. It seems to me it's a little hypocritical of some of you who are against this, who are the first people to call us to ask for help from the same inmate workers that are going to be housed there, but you're happy to have them come to your neighborhood in plain sight of everyone else to pick up your brush, to pick up your trash, to help clean your neighborhoods, but they're not good enough citizens to be housed in a facility in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Jamie Taylor, and my address is 3424 Harborwood Circle. I'm here tonight, too, to voice my support of the relocation of the Davidson County Sheriff's Office to Harding Place. I am here as a 25-year employee of the Sheriff's Office, and I have been a homeowner for over 20 years in District 13. I am proud to work at the Sheriff's Office, and I am looking forward to working at our new facilities on Harding Place. We have some really great employees, and I believe that we will be a great addition to the surrounding area because we will be buying gas, we'll be buying lunch, and shopping at Sam's Club. And I will have to say that I'm looking forward to a shorter drive just over Murfreesboro Road to Harding Place versus the 26 miles that I drive downtown now. As a homeowner in the 13th District, I would not ask you to do anything if I thought it would hurt my neighborhood. We have had facilities at this site since 1997, and having all facilities at one central location would be great for us. We all agree that the Sheriff's Office is an efficiently run office. I believe that if we make this move, that if this move becomes a reality, we will all benefit. Again, I take great pride in the work we do at the Sheriff's Office, and I'm also proud of my community as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue, and I again ask for your support of a relocation. Thank you. Anyone else in support of the capital improvements budget wishing to speak, please come to the lectern. Anyone in opposition to the capital improvements budget, please line up at the lectern. Quietly, please, or we'll have to clear the chamber. Please state your name and your address.
My name is Alma Sanford. I live in Antioch, Tennessee on Paddington Way. Thank you, Vice Mayor Neighbors, for allowing us to speak tonight. Thank you, council members. I am struck by the wonderful attentiveness that I see on your faces. I know it's difficult to sit there and hear all of us as we bring to you our concerns about our particular neighborhood. We are all one Nashville, and many of you in this room are my very good friends. I appreciate the service you give to make sure that our Nashville stays the it city that we are. I've lived here 14 years. My ancestors helped settle this land. I have deep roots in Nashville. I love Nashville. I particularly love the southeast part of Nashville where I live on beautiful Priest Lake. I'm here tonight with my neighbors because we are concerned about our neighborhood. Over 1,000 of us have signed petitions, and I have them in a notebook that I would like to present
Sergeant at Arms.
to be a part of the record here. I want to say that when I heard the mayor announce, and along with the sheriff, that we had a deteriorating building downtown, I was worried about those families who had a brother who was mentally ill, who got into crime because of that mental illness. I was worried about that mother who had a son or a daughter in that jail. I heard that it was falling apart, literally, that it's a fire trap. And my first thought was, why is this the first time I've heard about this? Why was no alarm sounded 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 13 years ago? I was very concerned. So my legal training told me, go do some research, which I always do. I found a lot of articles about best practices about where to place a jail. All of them said the best place is downtown because the services are there. Those services cannot be duplicated on Harding Place. We don't have a homeless shelter out there. We don't have transportation. We don't have the courts. We don't have the lawyers. We don't have services for those people who are homeless, who are being released, who have nowhere to go. They don't need to be released into our community, and we're told, oh, they'll be given a bus pass. The buses don't come there but twice a day. We are greatly concerned, and we hope you will remove this portion from the budget. And let's have a fair look at what is really needed out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lorinda Hale. I have resided in Southeast Nashville for 25 years at 277 Bell Road. I, with great interest, watched the mayor's press conference when they announced this project to relocate the CJC to the southeast portion of Davidson County. And I was expecting to get a whole lot of information. Instead, what we got was the same thing you got. This 37-page report that was produced from the Capital Project Solutions Group for $1.5 million. That means this report cost $40,540 per page. Quite frankly, I really hoped I'd get a whole lot more information than what's in here. There's no information in this report about the 5 other locations, other than a street name, no address. Didn't tell us why they weren't suitable. There's no information onto traffic and how traffic will be impacted in one of the busiest corridors in Nashville. There is no study telling us how it is going to impact our neighborhoods. There's no information as to how you are going to provide all of the services that are necessary for those who have the unfortunate happenstance to be arrested, which, by the way, according to the sheriff, is roughly 100 to 150 people per day. He also said he releases roughly 100 people per day from the CJC. These are people who are going to be released into our community. Now, granted, some of them are going to go away by car, but a lot of them are going to go away to nothing. Where are they going to walk? What neighborhoods are they going to walk into? Mind. What elementary schools are they going to be near? I don't particularly want folks who are drug addicts or drug dealers or those who have been arrested for pedophilia or child molestation to be allowed to wander free in our neighborhoods just after they've been released from jail or bonded out. This has not been properly vetted. Unlike when the mayor brought forth the fairgrounds proposal, he brought you all sorts of information. What information has he provided for this? Most recently, when they brought forth the baseball diamond to be built in downtown Nashville, you got flooded with diagrams and reports and information. That information has not been provided here. I am begging you as a resident of this area, please pull this from the budget. Allow it to be properly vetted. You deserve the right to be able to ask questions. We deserve to get the answers.
Thank you.
We ask for your help.
Thank you.
We ask for your time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will not have those outbursts. If we do, security will clear the chamber. Please state your name and address.
My name is Boyd Bogle. I live at 1221 Chickering Road. I presume that since I don't have on a blue shirt that I can talk about what I came to talk about, which is not about the relocation of the jail. One of the items that are coming up next Tuesday is whether to authorize spending $100 million on a riverfront flood wall. This is one district receiving the benefits of $100 million with the promise that it won't raise the flood level more than 1/16 of an inch over the rest of the flood-prone areas of Metro. You're being asked to say it's okay to add just 1/16 inch more water to the 8 or 9 feet that's already destroying thousands of your constituents' homes and their belongings, so that the tourist and entertainment industry in one district can thrive on your once again homeless constituents' tax dollars. Of course, tourism and entertainment dollars are very important to Nashville, but are they more important than the thousands of residents again being devastated with no place to live? Is this really the right way to spend $100 million ignoring the people who don't even live in that one district and who elected you all to your office? Can we put this flood control expenditure on hold until a comprehensive plan can be worked out to benefit all the citizens of Metro? You may recall that the ill-fated AMP project was stopped because it wasn't the right answer for a comprehensive regional mass transit plan, even though some monies had been spent anyway for about a dozen of the left side loading, hinged in the middle buses to be put in service to carry 3 or 4 people. Just because a small portion of the money for this flood wall has been mistakenly spent without the council's final approval does not mean that you cannot put on the brakes next Tuesday night and allow just one district to allow the consideration of overall flood control plan for all the districts in the Metro, not just for one district. I believe that this plan can be done effectively and efficiently worked out by working with the Corps of Engineers, which apparently was one of the problems in the last flood. You've all been elected to take care of all the residents, not just the ones that are, not just to approve whatever the mayor puts before you. Please be the legislative body you were intended to be and vote for all of Nashville next Tuesday. Some of you are running for re-election to your president's seat or council at large.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Hi, I'm Bernice Patton, and I live in District 23 at 746 Brookalla Road since 1979. I'm like a mile from Charlotte, and I guess I'll talk about the flood wall first since that's been discussed. Since I've lived here in 1968, Mill Creek and the Harpeth River have flooded. I can't count how many times they've flooded. Downtown has flooded one time in the 47 years that I've lived here. And I thought that the Army Corps of Engineers should be able to control the Cumberland River with the TVA dams. I didn't think it was Metro's job to do that. And I think somebody dropped the ball this last time. But anyway, I'm also here to talk about moving the administrative police office to Jefferson Street, and the jail miles away is not a good idea because neither community wants it. The main problem with the present criminal justice center is there's no parking, and I've heard about wiring and plumbing upgrades needed. If the building is so bad, just tear it down and build another building in place. That's what they do in my neighborhood. They tear down perfectly good homes and build big mansions in place. We'll be the last holdout. Anyway, I used to work at the women's prison, and I know that transportation is a very big problem. There's inmates, transportation of inmates is trouble. And you have to have extra guards. This is the time they escape. And the courts aren't going to wait for them to be stuck in traffic clear across town, and they have a right to be heard, you know, to have a hearing in so many days and all that. So this moving back and forth, it won't work. I worked in child protective services and adoptions on 2nd Avenue. I love the police. They would help me, and you know, when I had to remove a child, they just would accompany me and not bother me, and that way I could work with the mom or whatever the situation was and be calm and protected. And I finally, if this move is at a cost of $162 million.
Thank you.
Is to free up space.
Thank you.
For a private developer.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up.
Good evening. My name is Mark Lawless, and I live at 1918 16th Avenue North, and I'm also an employee of the Metro Public Health Department. And I'll just get right into it, basically touching on two main points. Nashville is a growing city, but it's very clear that it's not growing for everyone. And it really hurts me to know that at my job, it's going to take a mom 2 hours to bus in to the city because she's been pushed out of her neighborhood just to get a birth certificate for her son or daughter. It really concerns me that moving the jail out to Harding Place now makes a recently released inmate have to bus back 2 hours in our subpar transit system just to get services needed. And that leads me to my second issue is why I'm against expanding the prison system here in Nashville, Tennessee, and also relocating the jail. So many of you may know that crime is as low as it's been in America, Nashville included, since 1993, really the 1960s, but I won't go back that far. But total crime here in Nashville, per the Nashville.gov website, crime rate per 100,000, total crime was 10,902 in 1993. It's now 4,988 in 2014. Violent crime went from 1,890 per 100,000 to 1,190. Property crime dropped from 9,000 to 3,000 per 100. Murder dropped from 16.1 to 6.5. Rape went from 266 to 96.7. Robbery, 512 to 245. Aggravated assault, 1,095 to 842. Burglary, 1,731 in 93 to 762 in 2014. Larceny, 6,141. Compared to 2014, 2,861, and lastly, auto theft, 1,140, and has dropped now in 2014 to 173. These are all based on per 100,000 people. And so when I see us expanding the prison system and moving the jail out, I'm asking for what? It makes no sense. The stats don't back it up. It's a waste of time, a waste of resources, a waste of taxpayers' money. And obviously, I don't know, you all serve Metro, you work for Metro. These statistics come from your website that the police department put on there. And I just, really hope that you all vote no against it based on the information that you all have provided to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Edmund Odie, and I'm glad to see a lot of my friends here. Some of you I don't know. It's been a while since I've been around in this council. I'm about a 7th or 8th generation person coming from Virginia as slaves into the Nashville, Middle Tennessee area. And my people come up off of the Greenbrier Plantation, as well as a connection with McGavock and Belle Meade. That's my African heritage. I don't think I'm a minister. I've run business and I've developed a lot of property in North Nashville, done research and worked with Mayor Fulton when we created the hole in order to build the convention center. We started the 2nd Avenue development. I said to you, ladies and gentlemen, respectfully, there is a persecution and a prosecution of the African American male, basically. 85% of the inmates and those in the general the criminal justice system are basically African Americans. Now, that's a warfare, a cultural warfare that has been going on a long time. It's time to stop that. Planning to, as the young man presented, planning to build more jail space. We need to change that and reverse that and plan not to build more jail space. For the African American community, if you look at the statistics, it's in North Nashville, East Nashville, and South Nashville. So I'm opposed to building additional jail spaces and a new facility on Jefferson Street. If I could speak to that, my businesses, our businesses, we're on Jefferson Street. My cousin still operates 100 years on 18th and Jefferson or Todd Boulevard. If I can speak to that, if you put a headquarter facility on the corner of 12th and Jefferson Street, every tour bus that comes into North Nashville to visit and see Fisk University, Meharry Medical College, or Tennessee State, the first thing they will see is that headquarters, police headquarters. I don't think that speaks well for Nashville. I think we need to change our direction and begin to bring down the inmates by taking the funds that you have allocated and directed them into some programs that supports the inmates. Remodel what you have here. You can amend it or either table it for another time. Thank you very much.
I'm Howard Allen of the Nashville Homeless Underground. My mailing address is 705 Drexel, but I live out of that gray bag, so I might be in South Nashville, West Nashville, East Nashville. But I spent a lot of time out at CWC. I don't know what the name of it is now. But when you get ready to leave from there, you got 15 minutes to leave, or they're going to rearrest you for trespassing. Now, myself, I just got arrested for not being able to pay probation costs April the 9th. So they arrested me, put me in CJC, and I was held for 5.5 hours. And then on the 29th, I paid my probation fee, but I didn't come off probation. And I kind of know the system because my criminal justice number is 91200. Check it out, it's pretty interesting reading. But anyway, when I lay down for 11 months, 29 days, I didn't think I'd have court costs, but I just got expunged $30,000 worth of court costs. So that's big business. It generates revenue. I also remember with one of the best politicians and one of the shrewdest businessmen that I ever met by the name of Sheriff Fate Thomas had CJC built from the old jail. He had a vision of 60 or 70 years, not 35 years, and try to tear it down. If you want to rehabilitate, you got lawyers, plumbers, electricians, carpenters. Take care of what you got. And it's not a good move to move a police headquarters to Jefferson Street because, like they said, it's not a good fit. You have a Ben West Library right here on 7th Avenue. You can use that. They were going to tear down the Cordell Hull building. They're getting ready to move the legislature there. And then you have a lot of people that have businesses on Jefferson Street that aren't even from Nashville. And you have some that are from Nashville. And this is a wake-up call for the African community to do something. Patience and time is the two greatest warriors on this earth. And now's the time for us to do something on Jefferson Street. And I see you, Sheriff Hall. You're a great man. I agree with a lot of things you do, but you can't sit behind the desk and not go and talk to the inmates and see what's happening. You can't. You got to come out and build a relationship with the people. I'm homeless now. I'm waiting to get back in the housing. In 2006, I was a co-founder of 2002 of the Nashville Homeless Power Project. We used to get homeless people to get citations. And when they wanted to be booked, they had to go out on South Nashville on Hardin Place. They didn't have money to get there, so when you came back to get them the second time, you had 2 charges. So therefore, we built a relationship with the Sheriff's Department. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, the homeless could walk up to be booked. And then it came where everybody could. And then one of the best reality shows before reality TV came on was at CJC
Thank
Court.
you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alice Walton, 3204 Demetros Court, 29th District. And I'm here tonight to ask you to vote against the proposed relocation of the CJC to Harding Place. I know that Sheriff Hall had mentioned at one time that he lived in the area of Harding Place where he proposes to relocate the Community Justice Center. But it's our understanding that he actually lives in Council District 4, which is very near the Williamson County line. He seems not to be aware that there are subdivisions that have been built within a half a mile of this new proposed location. He mentioned to us that prisoners are released 24 hours a day. Throughout some of these time periods, our children are out and about, waiting for buses, getting to and fro their various activities. This causes concern for us. While we are not opposed to rehabilitation, we are in favor of the safety within our communities. Mr. Hall also noted that they would give passes for these individuals that are released to get out of the neighborhood. I've lived in that neighborhood 13 years, and you can count the buses that come up and down that road, probably 2 a day. So with that long wait for the next bus, who knows what else can come up within that duration. So I would ask you again tonight, please vote no for this relocation. Thank you for your undivided attention.
Thank you.
I am Jack Willie, 97 J Street, District 16. So let's talk about what the mayor and the police commissioner and the sheriff are not saying. They're not talking about moving to Green Hills. They're not talking about moving to 12 South. They're not talking about 5 Points or West End. No, they want to move the county jail to the same neighborhood where the police have routinely racially profiled my neighbors. I see it every single night along Nolensville Pike. I see it every night along Murfreesboro Pike. And where do they want to move the police headquarters? To North Nashville, where the Justice for Jefferson Street Coalition has drawn attention to the same problem. I work with an organization called Workers' Dignity. In the last 5 years, we've been based in Southeast Nashville. And I can't tell you the number of times that people have said, oh, you're doing a workshop at 6:30 at night. That means I have to drive home around 9. I'm not sure I can go. I'm not sure. Why? Because I have something to hide? No, because I might get pulled over. I might be harassed. Our Latino and our African American members don't feel safe. And it's not because of crime in our neighborhood. That's not why they don't feel safe. That's not the issue. We're talking about moving the county jail just a few miles away from where a cop recently told somebody they were going to shoot his effing face off. This just happened in May. I think that if we have millions of dollars to spend, some of that should go toward looking at the fact that 4 times more black youth are put in prison than white youth. We need to look at how some of that money can be spent to alternatives to incarceration. Nothing? We want to build a new jail, move the headquarters into neighborhoods that already don't feel safe because of the way that they're treated by the police. So, not only do I think this needs to be rejected, but serious money, serious attention needs to be put to the racial profiling issue we have in our city, and money needs to be put to alternatives to locking kids up, especially black and Latino youth, but in general, low income and working class youth. Because this is my neighborhood, and this is what my child has to grow up with. And
Thank you.
We want a different Nashville.
Good evening. My name is Claude Gatebuke, 269 Largo Drive, District 30, Southeast Nashville. And I want to be clear up front, I'm here to oppose the jail move to Southeast Nashville and the police headquarters moving to Jefferson Street. I've lived in the Harding Place area for the last 19 years. 2 years before that, I lived right near Jefferson. I have seen Harding Place change and Nolensville Road change from where we never used to get stopped. And just about a month ago, a little over a month ago, I got stopped 3 times in 4 days. There is an extreme amount of racial profiling in that area. And moving the jail there is just going to exponentially increase those numbers and the amount of racial profiling. I've seen the statistics of the arrests. There's a disproportionate number of African Americans arrested for similar offenses to our white counterparts, that we just don't feel that increasing the police presence in these communities and especially moving a jail there is going to increase the safety of those of us who live there and who have lived there for a long time. And again, just to be clear, I'm here to oppose those two moves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Dixon, 312 Summit Ridge Circle. I speak in solidarity with other Nashvillians in opposition to the building of the new Metro Nashville Police Department headquarters on Jefferson Street and the relocation of the CJC to Southeast Nashville. Rather than rush this budget approval without community input, I urge you to support community-led visioning and dialogue for what should happen in the CJC. Local government should represent the best interests of our community, and in doing so, provide a transparent and inclusive decision-making process that respects the voices of those most impacted by the proposed projects. The CJC, a relatively new building, has fallen into disrepair after only 3 decades of use, demonstrating clear mismanagement. Building a new facility will not address the mismanagement that led to this situation. Moving the CJC does not take into account the adverse effects on those who are incarcerated and their families, including the central location of the CJC in relation to public defenders, social service providers, the mental health co-op, and the bus terminal. We shouldn't put more resources towards policing and locking people up than we do to improving the living conditions of the communities that most of those who are incarcerated come from. I urge you to vote no at tonight's council meeting on both the new headquarters and the CJC relocation. Instead, please propose further dialogue with the wider community about how to address our criminal justice challenges. As many have already alluded to before me, let's address these problems at their root.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Samuel Lester. I live at, my address is 58 Arcade. I'm here to oppose the moving of the jail and the establishment of the Central Precinct on Jefferson Street. I moved here in 2001. I taught for 13 years at Montgomery Bell Academy and left last summer to work full-time with Open Table Nashville as an outreach worker. I work daily with people who are marginalized, who are often arrested, and who are not villains to be unduly punished or persecuted. The moving of the jail and the establishment of the new police headquarters will waste taxpayer dollars, is unjust, and it represents misplaced priorities on the part of Nashville. By the city's own plan, $7 million will be spent to rebuild the jail in Antioch, where there is already a large facility, as opposed to remodeling the jail in the current facilities. By the Tennesseans' account, the entire proposal will cost $22 million more than remodeling. Taxpayers don't need to pay this kind of burden for facilities that should remain downtown. They should remain downtown because it is unjust for them to be moved outside of downtown. Why unjust? First of all, when I moved here, I moved from the south side of Chicago, and previously I'd lived in the barrio of Houston. I was used to a constant police presence in both of those places. I moved here to first the Vanderbilt area, then the Green Hills area, then to East Nashville. And what I discovered when I was in the Vanderbilt and Green Hills area was that there was virtually no police presence. It felt amazingly wonderful. I never really had to worry the crime rate was low, but there was no police presence visible virtually. When I moved to East Nashville, I found out why. There are constant harassment of people in East Nashville being pulled over for minor traffic infractions, and that goes on in North Nashville and South Nashville as well. This over-policing of these areas is unnecessary and unjust. One of the previous speakers mentioned the decline in crime rates in Nashville. That's a wonderful thing to be celebrated, but if you look around the country, around the world, in other countries, the so-called developed countries, that same crime rate is dropping without the building of massive jails, without mass incarceration. The United States has been gulled into believing that this results from broken windows policing and mass incarceration, and it is unnecessary and it is unjust. The second reason, so moving the Central Precinct to Jefferson Street, an area which is historic for its resistance in the civil rights movement, is a symbolic move that is totally unjust to the people that are there. Yes, investment needs to be made there, but it should be made through improving schools, providing training and jobs.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good evening. I am James Mims. I lived on Fleetwood Drive in West Nashville. I'm here as a concerned citizen. Particularly, I'm concerned about moving the police headquarters to Jefferson Street. I think the reason that most citizens are concerned about it is because there's been a total lack of transparency from this administration. They have not shown the people what they plan to do on Jefferson Street. And I think if they had done that, sat down and talked to the people, had meetings to discuss the issue, the people wouldn't have got a lot of different answers or different questions would have been answered. And this is what I think would help. And I have a serious problem with some people who have criticized people who object to the issue of what they're picking to build on Jefferson Street. The police station is just not the first step. It's a catalyst of regentrification of the whole area. And if you take that into account, you have to look at what has happened in other parts of the city and other parts of the county where they have moved in the country, where they have moved business people and developers have moved into areas that need a lot of redevelopment. They just sold a house in over by the stadium for $1 million. So these are things that we need to consider before we just go blindly into making tremendous changes in an issue that needs to be considered, and I don't think we've had a lot of input into it. The citizens haven't had any input. And when they don't get to have any input, it's like a quarterback sneak. And this is what we're getting, a quarterback sneak in the issue that needs to be studied and looked at to make the citizens feel good about what's taking place. And one thing about the jail system, in Europe, the average building is 400 years old. Why couldn't we renovate a building other than build a new one at great expense? We could do this. I thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Karen Kelly. I live at 632 Franklin Limestone Road in Nashville. Y'all have seen me before, I think. But I want to tell you that I had a really prepared thing here that I was going to say to you, but I want you to look at the polls and the things that we have here for you, the signatures. We had some great comments, and some of them are very succinct to the point of exactly what the people feel. Now, here's what I want to talk about. Cars. Our sheriff compared this move to a car. You don't keep working on your old car. You go out and buy a new one when it becomes too expensive. Well, where I live, no, you keep working on your car. You just keep working, and you keep working, and you keep working till the wheels fall off. And really, if you think of the CJC is not that far off. If it is, whose fault is it? It's the fault of the people that were supposed to take care of it. A building should not last for 30 years. A building should last in downtown Nashville, built by people who know what they're doing, at least 50 to 75 years or more. It may not be exactly what you like, but it's what you've got. And you take care of it. And then when it needs work, you fix it. So that's my point. We don't see why this needs to be moved. We see a lot of us that it should be fixed where it is because it's more convenient for the people that come to court to see their friends and family to support them. It also is better for the people that are transporting because they're just walking through an enclosed, secure walkway from the CJC or an underground tunnel. So it makes much more sense to leave it where it is. We've not seen one thing in this master plan that tells us that it's a better move to this place, except that they decided that that's where it should be. There's no other information that's going to give us a real reason to move it out there than that they own the land. Well, in 2004, they did put a thing in there, and I didn't know why, but all of a sudden, I live less than a mile away, that I used to see and still do see occasionally people that come through my street that don't really live there, and some of them kind of act like they're off their meds. And I'm not saying anything about them. That's a horrible thing that will happen to more people if they go out there because there will not be services. So, but that is happening now. It's not something that will be in the future. That's happening to me occasionally now. So I just want you to keep that in mind. There are a lot of good reasons to look this over again. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a teacher in Metro Nashville Public Schools. Like I said before, I teach at Glencliff High School, and I'm here.
Name and address, please.
Sorry, say again?
Name and address,
Yeah,
please.
sorry. My name is Elizabeth Dutton. I live at 1728 Ordway Place in East Nashville, District 6. There's been a lot of great points made, and I don't want to repeat them, even though I agree with all of the ones that were made in opposition to this jail expansion. But I did want to point to the fact that there's $162 million being allocated to moving the jail, whereas only $131 million are going to be spent on education. So my question for you is, where are your priorities? Because I have students who have been racially profiled time and time and time again, just like Jack had said earlier on Nolensville Pike. That's the community that I teach. So what kind of community do you want Nashville youth to grow up in? And what do you want them to think about the members of their community that are supposed to be serving them? I would feel very uncomfortable passing this budget proposal tonight if I was sitting in your seat, because you are essentially looking to expand systematic racism in Nashville by way of increasing mass incarceration to the very communities that you draw from to fill those jail cells. And if you were really concerned about the CJC, I want to know why in the media, like the Tennessean and other articles I've read, it all of a sudden seems like this crazy urgent issue because it's, in despair and we need to replace the fire alarms. Why wasn't that happening all along? Why is it now all of a sudden very urgent that we need to move the jail, yet it wasn't urgent to do routine maintenance on a building like the woman who said previously just needs to be maintained? I'm against this, and I don't have any students up here tonight, at least that I know of, who are speaking out against it, but I'm sure if they were here, they would have a lot to say. Please think about Nashville's youth.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Dr. Sekou Franklin. I live at 1921 11th Avenue North, which is probably a half a mile or so from Jefferson Street. I'm also with the Justice for Jefferson Street Coalition. First, I want to thank you, City Metro Council, for your service. I oppose the capital improvement plans precisely because of the relocation plan for the, and I want to talk specifically about the location of the police headquarters on Jefferson Street. From our standpoint, this is the biggest decision for North Nashville and Jefferson Street since the I-40 decision in the 1960s. And the main reason is because this will be a catalyst for displacement of African Americans from Jefferson Street and potentially from certain parts of North Nashville. We've also raised concerns about civil rights violations. For those of you who may not know, the planning has already started. They've already went after homeowners, landowners, trying to coerce them, trying to bully them to essentially sell their property at cheap cost, low cost, even though there's been no discussion about eminent domain. So we raised concerns about civil rights violations, particularly Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, as well as Executive Order 12898, which is the Environmental Justice Executive Order. There are other concerns that we have. This plan has lacked community planning. Just of note, there have been 2 comprehensive community plans. One is a Nashville Next plan. The other one is a plan for Sub-Area 8, that's North Nashville. Collectively, those 2 plans took about 4 years to complete collectively since 2010. And none of those plans was any vetting of a police headquarters. So if Metro Council were to vote for a headquarters on Jefferson Street, it would essentially say that the Nashville Next plan is for nothing. In addition, none of the civil rights organizations that work on Jefferson Street were consulted on this plan. The NAACP Executive Council was not consulted, neither was the IMF elected leadership consulted. The historically black colleges, universities, and presidents were not consulted. Chief Anderson did write an op-ed that said that 2 of the HBCU presidents were consulted. That's not true. We had a conference call with one of them who essentially refuted some of those claims. And then finally, racial profiling is a big issue. We believe that this headquarters will enhance racial profiling. We already did a preliminary investigation that we submitted, at least one of our groups, to the Justice Department regarding Operation Safer Streets. That program, just since January of 2014, has targeted 16,000 motorists in 26 neighborhoods. The majority of those neighborhoods were African American, and the majority of those neighborhoods were in North Nashville and East Nashville. We believe that these headquarters will essentially enhance racial profiling. Finally, I will say that in the last 3 months, we've knocked on hundreds of doors as part of a charter referendum, and in talking to residents, we learned something interesting, and that is that the mayor's wrong. Most residents don't want a headquarters. They want to find out how to essentially pay for childcare so they can work second shift. They want to figure out how they can go back to school, and they want to figure out how they can pay for health and dental care. Please reject this relocation plan because it will be devastating for North Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening. My name is Brenda Perez. I'm at 1729 Underwood. I don't know what district I'm in because I can't vote. Although I've been a resident of Nashville for 15 years, I still am what you call undocumented. So here's that voice, which is probably something you've already heard tonight, because what I'm going to say is nothing different than what Reverend Ote, what Dr. Sekou Franklin, which I wish I could give in my minutes, said, and countless of other folks who don't have transportation to get here, who probably would say the same things, and disagree that we should move the jails, disagree that we should move our police headquarters to Jefferson. I live about a half a mile from this proposed area, and about 2 weeks ago I was pulled over because the light of My license plate was out. So I hope everyone should go home and check that, because it's something you can get pulled over for. But he didn't give me a ticket, which is what happens a lot when people are racially profiled. You don't get a ticket, because if you get a ticket, then you have some sort of evidence, but if you just get pulled over and they run your record and they see if you're wanted or not and they let you go, and things are okay, right? Because you don't have proof that you were harassed for no reason while you were working your second job trying to get home, right? So, I don't know. I kind of wanted up here and share some moments of silence with you guys, because I think everything has already been said. I think you have a really tough decision, but I think it will be an easy decision if you look at how our communities have been treated in the past. I am not new to Nashville, but I do see what happens, and I do talk to the people out in the streets, and I do talk to a lot of folks who, like other people have said tonight, go home early because they are afraid of this harassment. They're not afraid of their neighborhoods. They're not afraid of the crime. They are afraid of the blue lights that come every once in a while. So please, don't make a fast decision. Don't ever feel rushed when it comes to our safety, to our city. One of the other things I think I wanted to say is that I think both of these neighborhoods, Southeast Nashville and North Nashville, deserve $160 million. I am very much in agreement with that, but I think they should go to our schools. How? Lots of ways. I would love to sit down and talk to you about it. I have a 6-year-old who goes to these schools here in Nashville, and let me tell you, his teachers go through a lot. And these places are hard, and if we have $160 million, let's give it to somewhere that it could be used, not to jail people. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tristan Call. I live on 2409 Hyman Street, which is about 10 blocks from the proposed new police headquarters site. It's about 2 blocks from where I-40 was planted on top of Black Nashville in one of the worst decisions of the Metro Council of the 20th century. Also without consultation of the people that live in that neighborhood. I work in the Vanderbilt Anthropology Department, and I oppose both the relocation of the police headquarters to Jefferson Street and of the CJC to Harding. This is my first time addressing the council. It feels really good, though, if I can look back, to be part of a group of people from the 2 most excluded populations in Nashville, Southeast and North Nashville, that are frustrated by having been excluded for a long, long time from the planning process. And who are here tonight saying that they need to be a part of it and that they have a specific voice which is saying, no, not until you check with us first. There's a lot of connections between those 2 neighborhoods. Let's say one of them, I was talking with a neighbor yesterday who was in jail for a few days on Harding at the jail there, and got out and wanted to get back home to North Nashville and couldn't because the bus didn't pick him up, and he had to walk 3 miles to go to Nolensville Pike to pick up the bus. And I think there's one other thing I wanted to mention was I was out here in the lobby. I was talking to some of the city and county workers in the Service Employees Union. And I want to be clear, the deterioration that people are talking about in the CJC, we experience in a lot of places in Nashville, not just in that building, right? And some of those workers were telling me about how they don't have enough 911 dispatchers. How the funding hasn't been allocated. They've been asking for years to get more funding to be able to have people to deal with the emergencies that we do deal with in Nashville. And I want to be clear that those workers that are building or maintaining or cleaning or running those buildings, we have their back. We're not trying to oppose them getting a 2.5% pay increase. We're not opposing that. We're opposing the imposition of these projects. And there are ways of supporting those workers by allocating these $160 million, if they're available, to things like more 911 dispatchers, or like the teachers who came up here before talked about in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bruce Wood, 1285 4th Avenue South, Nashville, Tennessee. I'm the elected president of BURNT, and I'm here to talk about against and to ask you to not approve the location of the police headquarters on Jefferson Street. BURNT has a long history of being involved in land use decisions, going back to the downtown incinerator expansion, which was a very closely fought issue. And we only won on the second reading when the sponsor withdrew. And that was a very important decision for downtown Nashville. And then Rolling Mill Hill, we were the ones. They wanted to put in a garbage processor there to service the incinerator. We led the way against that. The rendering plant in North Nashville, and then Laidlaw Osco. So we've had a long history of being involved in land use decisions, and I think that this is a very important one. There's just no reason for this to short circuit the decision-making process in Metro Nashville. By all accounts, the department head says that he decided this would be an appropriate place to put this police headquarters. Well, I'm sorry. You have neighborhood groups. You have Nashville Next, that was earlier described. You have the planning departments, you have MDHA, we have all sorts of planning bodies that should pay attention and check off on this. And instead we have ostensibly one person making this decision. I'd like to say this is a vital area in North Nashville where redevelopment should and will be taking place, and to this headquarters is look at the downtown Nashville now. They've got the courts, they have the police headquarters, they had the jail. The only spinoff is a mobile hot dog stand. We need a land use that will bring in customers for Kroger's and bring in growth. And there's plans circulating in the community for a community park. What would $23 million in public housing, mixed use housing, do for that area? That's what we need, not a unilateral decision on a decision-making process. Like if they want to have a police headquarters in that area, we'll do it over near.
Thank you.
In that area, there's plenty of space. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. My name is Titus Thomas. I live at 2621 Meharry Boulevard, which is about a block off of Jefferson Street. And I know a lot of people have been saying a lot of things, and I just wanted to ask, has anyone been in the area around Jefferson Street recently? Down on Morrison Street and on Arthur Avenue and on 9th Avenue and seen what's happening down there? Have you been there and seen? People are building stuff on. I was afraid that the development wouldn't jump the interstate. A lot of people have talked about the interstate. I was afraid it wouldn't jump the interstate. But now they're building houses on Meharry, and they're renovating houses right next door to where I live. All up and down the street. They got 3 renovations in a block area on the 2700 block of Meharry Boulevard. So what I'm trying to get at, what already is happening in Jefferson Street is what has been needed to happen. People are moving in. People are seeing what a great area it is. And I think the Metro Council has a role, a very important role in that area. And the role is to make sure that development is encouraged, but also done smartly. We don't need a police headquarters, some office building. We need something that reflects the community. We need something that has the people who live there their whole life, like myself, and also the people who are moving in, like the gentleman who lives down on Hyman Street. I pass his house every day in the big red truck that you could probably hear. We need to have something that represents us. We need to have something that is beneficial to us as a community, not something that's transplanted from one other part of town and put there just because somebody thought it was a good idea. The rest of us didn't think it was a good idea. And I sympathize with the people out in Southeast Nashville because I'm sure they feel the same way. It's like, who thought this was a good idea? It certainly wasn't us who thought it was a good idea. I think that something needs to go there. They already have apartment complexes at 1800 block. They have another apartment complex at 21st Avenue. This is what we need. This is what we need in that area. More people, more young people raising families there. That's what we're going to have. And that's what the Metro Council needs to make sure that they are having guidelines and incentives, not just transplanting something that we don't really want or need. I could go on, but I'll probably just repeat myself. But I would encourage you to vote no on this improvement program. It's terrible for both areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Austin Davis. I live at 5895 Wilshire Drive in Forest Hills. I wish to thank the citizens that are here tonight. It lets us know that democracy is alive and well. Thanks for your hard work and your service to the community. And may God bless you as you make difficult decisions. I wish to offer my opinion on the new police building because I was unlawfully banned from the Vanderbilt rape trial. I love and support the average hardworking police officer, and I'm very grateful for his and her service to the Nashville community to protect our lives. I also love and support my fellow citizens here tonight who have concerns about a new police project being built on Jefferson Street. All citizens deserve honesty from their elected government. All citizens deserve good, reliable information from elected officials. Citizens have not been informed that Metro Police were used to intimidate and to silence my family to conceal a known child molester. Citizens have not been informed that I was banned from the Vanderbilt rape trial, a trial which 6.5 million Tennesseans still believe was open and public. Until citizens are better informed, Metro government should listen to the voices of Jefferson Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dante Phillips. I live on 4178 Byway Drive. Aola Hart has been helping the homeless. She's been feeding the homeless, and she's been helping other people. And stuff that don't belong to y'all, y'all not supposed to take it anyway.
Say what you want to say, son. You're okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Viola Johnson, and I live at 3001 Kings Lane, and that was my nephew, and my mom has owned property on Jefferson Street for 32 plus years. She's been a pillar of the community. She's helped people all over Nashville, Tennessee. She's brought in the homeless and fed them. She's clothed them. She's gave them a bed to sleep in. She's also helped with inmates transitioning back into society. Right now, she does assisted living for the elderly, and we work with the youth. I am also a paraprofessional with MNPS Ancillary, and I work with at-risk youth and children with disabilities. And I work with those kids in that neighborhood. I've seen their highs, I've seen their lows. I've cried with them, I've held them in my arms. And I let them know that it's okay to cry, but you gotta do better. You gotta want better. And to take that property from, which is my mom's, where she has, it's our legacy. It's there for us to help one another. My mama said to me one day, she said, to serve God is serving one another. So who here serves each other each and every day? I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was my daughter. And just like her mama, my name is Pastor Aola Hart, and she told you the truth, except for one thing. I've been doing this since I was 12, which is 63 years. I'm 74 years old, and I'm still standing here looking good. And I'm looking at some of y'all too. But you sure got to be able to step like I step. I used to plow the mules, cotton. I did all that down at GV. I don't think y'all even know what hard work know about. All you know about is books. Why don't you put some love in your heart? Because if you ain't got no love, you can't see what I'm talking about. You'll never know. You know what? You're going to get old one day. Somebody might have to take care of y'all. You better think about what you're doing. I worked hard up there and paid for that property. I didn't ask nobody to help me. Look at my hand. I bet your hand feel good, mine's don't. But that's okay. I don't mind working, because that's what I was taught to do. But nevertheless, vote no on that property, because I'm not going to sell. You might take it, that's fine, but I don't want nothing from you. You keep it. That's what time of day it is. Now, God bless y'all, and I'm going to pray for you. And y'all pray for you. Okay?
Thank you.
I'm Pastor Arlene Tolliver, 2401 Clarksville Pike, Nashville, Tennessee. And I have known Elder Hart also 30 years. I pastored a church she had on 1807 4th Avenue North, which was too affected by the flood. And of course, FEMA did as they did in Katrina. No avail. But I too would like to say that instead of putting a police precinct in North Nashville and so many other quality things we could do, give it back to the church, or give that money to the lady who helped people in the community for more than 30 years. Or maybe prevention, take preventive measures on the people who have had crimes. Preventive measures instead of sending them to jail. Another great idea, the guy said the statistics was down. So if the statistics is down, why should they build another police precinct in North Nashville? Is it for economic development? Because maybe the ball field is there? Or that in the near future is going to be a great economic development? To God be the glory.
Thank you.
Good evening, and I appreciate everybody still here, except for the sheriff. I think he's gone. If he's not, I'd like to ask a few questions. I guess, first of all, my first response to this is to the folks who came up in support of this move. And I don't know if you all noticed, but they all work at the Sheriff's Department. And they all live in southeast Nashville, very close to where it'd be real convenient for them. Well, I'm sorry, their gas mileage doesn't impress me for anybody to spend $150 million to move their facility there for their employer closer to them. The other thing is that there was one of them who lived on Cloverland Drive in Brentwood. And now I'm wondering what universe he lives in to think that this will actually improve the economic area in Nashville if they move the facility down there. But I think not only is this, it doesn't make logical sense, it also doesn't make financial sense, and it also doesn't make logistical sense to move the facility down there. So I'm requesting that the council either table this motion until it does a lot more further study than just the word of the sheriff and somebody he hired to consult to provide this form for you. Or if you do vote, vote it down. Either one. But I believe that also I noticed that if 31% of the residents live in Davidson County and yet only 24% of the members actually service those folks, that means there's a lot more of you who don't want this in your backyard. So it's easier to put it in southeast Nashville, which already has a prison. We've already got a waste transfer station. We already have a chemical plant. I mean, enough dumping is enough. But traffic will be bad in our area also, as the study talked about. It'll be bad in Donaldson. It'll be bad in our area also. I believe that if there is increasing industry, it's the industries that are moving out of downtown Nashville, like maybe the pawn shops and maybe the bondsmen and maybe the attorneys. Maybe they'll move down there, but probably not. So you're probably talking about a lot of folks being displaced industry-wise to move down there. Finally, there was a whole bunch of, I'm sure, councilmen who decided on all these facilities that are part of the detention center.
Thank you.
I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Overton, and I live on Cavalier Drive in Bellevue. I'm going to make it short and sweet because it's almost my bedtime. So I'm against the movement of the police headquarters. The CJC building is only a few years older than I am, and I would like to think that being 27 years old does not make me old and decrepit, as the building is being described. And if the current buildings aren't being taken care of currently, then how can we be sure that the new buildings will be, and this cycle won't repeat again in another 34 years? The buildings may be described as in horrible conditions per the articles released, but that does not constitute as a need to rush through this without vetting from the communities that will be impacted. The entire $162 million public safety initiative from the capital improvement budget should be removed due to such opposition towards both towards both movements of the headquarters and the jail. The community is expressing their concerns, and it appears as if they are being dismissed. The projects need to be discussed and not rushed. Please listen to our request and remove the capital improvement budget so it can be provided more time to be reviewed and discussed with the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. I'm Janice Overton. I live on Cavalier Road as well. And I'm here tonight to ask you to please remove the $162 million for the public safety initiative from the capital improvement budget. The reason is what you have heard before. It was not vetted. It was not communicated with us. And how do I know that? I'm one of the property owners that's affected. You hear information that there's 14 parcels there. And yes, there are. There are 7 facing Jefferson Street, and there are 7 more in the back on Scoville Street that were devastated by the tsunami I-40 that came through and took all of that land. But the 7 facing Jefferson Street are available to be developed. I am for developing Jefferson Street. I was in the process of developing it. We had to tear the building down in 2007, and we were getting ready to develop it. And then the Great Recession hit. You couldn't do anything. And then before we can start again, they come back and tried to take the land. It really seems like 1960 again, when my parents had to go through the same thing with this property when I-40 got on it. So I asked you to not just look at me, look at the community, look at the lack of input that they have provided us. They took a small group of people and talked to them and ignored the rest. I received a letter, but the letter was received after they had made the announcement on the news as well as the mayor's announcement. It was just a slap in the face. Am I in 1960 or if I'm in 2015? You know, it just makes a difference. I would like to say that the big issue is, again, what you have heard again. Let the people talk. Let the people vet this issue. Let the people see how the community will be affected. There are more other things that could be put there on that property. I would like to have the chance to do that. And I really cannot believe the disrespect that they have had for our neighborhood as well as the neighborhood in Southeast in letting us not know or letting us not talk about what's going to be done. So please don't approve. Please move it down the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tallulah Crawley Chenault. I live on 31st Avenue North. I am the branch secretary of the Nashville NAACP, and I'm also a member of Justice for Jefferson Coalition. I am asking the council to oppose the proposal to move the police headquarters to Jefferson Street, and which I believe is the beginning of a carefully planned strategy to continue the destruction through the guise of revitalization of the historic integrity of the Jefferson Street community, one parcel of property at a time. Economic development through job equity, through equal educational opportunities, and business growth opportunity is the desire of all Nashvillians, Black, white, Hispanic, Asian Pacific Islanders. I hear lots about jobs here. The Human Relations Commission's most recent study of 50 metro departments found significant disparities between whites and non-whites, with whites making up over 85% of jobs, overrepresented in the highest paying jobs, while non-whites were overrepresented in the lowest paying jobs. The African American property and business owners deserve the same opportunity to receive funding to develop their properties and businesses as the greedy corporations and insensitive elected officials. MDHA funding, block grants, and other redevelopment monies should be made available to all communities in Nashville, South, East, West, and North. Vote no to the proposal to put headquarters on Jefferson Street and revitalize the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Manasco. My address is 1621 Bell Road. And unlike most of the folks who have been here tonight and spoken, I'm relatively new to Nashville. I've been here for about a year and a half. And I have lived in 3 cities that are larger than Nashville. But I've never lived in an it city. So when I came here, everybody started telling me this was an it city. It was the it city, right? So I said, well, I wonder what that means. Now, I know what I hope it means, And I hope that you think it means that too. And what I hope it means is that elected officials communicate and have respect for the people who put them in office. Because if you feel that way, then you don't need to be messing with this stuff. Because there's been no communication. That has been, quite frankly, it has been a joke. And you know it, and I know it. Now, I also know that this is Music City, right? Well, a few years ago, there was a song, very popular, called From a Distance. And the hook, that's the line you remember. The hook was, God is watching you. And it says, God is watching you. God is watching you. God is watching you from a distance. But it's not always going to be from a distance, is it? So I'm going to ask you to do the right thing. I don't know about all of the ramifications and all of the strange stuff that happens in the political world. Don't really care. I wish you'd do the right thing. And you know what that is. Thanks.
Thank you.
I live out of Whitsett Road in South Nashville, but I'm a two-time graduate of Tennessee State University, so the whole Jefferson Street corridor is my home. And I oppose the move of the police department to North Nashville on Jefferson Street for a number of reasons, but the primary reason is the complete and utter lack of process. Basically, what we have here is two people, the mayor and the police chief, who have no stake in that community at all whatsoever, deciding the outcome of that community with zero input, discussion, consultation with the members of that community or those who do have a stake in it. And as has been stated and expressed before, the profound disrespect to think that they should feel that they can just dictate without any even information to the public, to the voters, to taxpayers, much less any consultation from the people in the community is utterly amazing. As a friend who spoke before said that God is watching, and that's true, but voters are watching as well. And we will remember who stood on the side of disrespecting our community and not even taking any input from the community. We have not had any studies presented to us, no information has been presented demonstrating that they need to move from downtown to North Nashville and why that location in particular. Furthermore, the de-aggregation of what is now synergetic in the criminal justice and reentry programs and everything that is downtown, along with the bus line, where people are able to, most of the people who have to deal with these issues, many of them do not have vehicles. And so moving them away from the central bus station where they are able to coalesce and to come downtown, where you have the sheriff's department, the courts, and the police department in a synergetic central area in a downtown, it's done that way and has been done that way for many decades for a reason, because it makes logical sense. It's logistically congruent. To disaggregate these entities from downtown makes absolutely no sense. And we know that there are other reasons behind that. But there aren't reasons that favor North Nashville for putting that police station there rather than developing it financially and economically. And so we strongly oppose the move of that police department, especially without consultation with the stakeholders of that community. And we are watching and will remember who votes on what side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Karen Hayden. I live at 4001 Anderson Road. It's Nashville, but it's District 29 in Southeast Nashville. I'm a native Nashvillian. I have lived all over the city, and I am just horrified at the lack of transparency that I have seen here on this issue. I have family that lives in your districts all over the city. I am 60 years old. I have been voting since I was 18. I always thought that it was supposed to be a democratic process, that government was for the people and by the people. And I'm horrified when I hear about a building that I can remember when it was built, that the safety issue was having the tunnel to where they could safely escort those that had been arrested over into the courthouse for their hearings. And now we're talking about relocating that without all the disclosures, without all the information. That's what bothers me. I mean, if it's truly the best place to put it, that's one thing. But please provide the information. There's a 37-page report that Metro paid $1.5 million for. It doesn't have all the information about the other locations that we've heard about. I'd like to know why. The people in my community are wanting to know why. Why were none of the other areas selected? Harding does not have the services that the people that are being released, 150 to 200 people a day. There are no facilities over there to accommodate those folks that are being released. It's like a recipe for disaster. And I'm asking you to please stop, put the brakes on, think about this, and wait till you have all the information and make it transparent for the rest of us. I mean, I'm up here shaking. I'm not a public speaker. I have emailed every one of you voicing my opinion and my fears and concerns. And I want to thank those of you that took the time to respond back to say thank you for letting me know how you feel. You know, I mean, we really do want to know about the other locations. We also want to know why the Metro Council members have not been given a copy of the full study on the report. And we also want to know why the council members were not given any chance to give input to the study team. I was shocked and horrified when I hear that my council members from Southeast Nashville don't even know. I mean, we hear about it at 6 o'clock at night, and there's a press conference the next morning. Guys, what gives? I mean, please, be transparent. Let us know. And this other gentleman, the people that I see coming in from the sheriff's department that are for it, they're the only ones I've seen that are up here saying they're for it. I don't get that. And for this man to talk about the services,
Thank you.
That's a different issue.
Hello, I'm Linda Raintree. I live at 600 Mapletop Drive. I'm a very passionate person. Some of you may already know that if you read the emails I sent to you. I want to thank all of you for your patience. I know you're tired. I'm tired. I've got something prepared here that somebody handed me, so. I moved to Nashville in 1983, and I loved it. I have always loved it, and I always felt like I was a part of it. I always felt like this was such a wonderful place with wonderful people, and it was so inclusive. We are Nashville. We are Nashville. Yes, we came together. But something happened along the way. Something has happened. And it's no longer we are Nashville. Suddenly, we are the place that's getting dumped on. I want to be part of this growing city. I want to be part of the prosperity and the happiness and all the excitement. I don't want to be stuck out in Antioch worried about, driving after dark. I remember I'm a florist, and I used to go down to my wholesaler on 3rd Avenue. We're talking maybe 10 years ago. And that's exactly where all the bail bondsmen are, right in that area. It's a pretty rough area, you know what I'm saying? Scary. And if I was there working at the wholesaler, I wanted to have a dog with me because that was a scary place. What you're proposing is making Harding Place that scary place. It's only 3.5 miles from my house, and I'm terrified. I'm terrified about that, and I'm terrified about my property values that just don't ever seem to be going up in this city. I don't know what else to say to you except please reconsider this. Think about us as real people with real lives that are seriously going to be affected. And as far as my friends and neighbors in North Nashville, those people, they need your help too. They've been profiled, they've been pushed around. Everybody deserves a chance in Nashville and in this country. This used to be a country where everyone had a chance to succeed. Please, please, think about that. Think about what it means to be a citizen of the United States of America, what it means to be a citizen of Nashville, Tennessee. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Manette Gore, and I live at 1216 Blairfield Drive in the Antioch area. I'm here with Southeast Nashville United because I'm concerned about my area. I love my area. I've been here 23 years. I've lived in the same house for over 13 years. I'm concerned that Antioch is becoming a dump site. I'm concerned that people drive through our area and they get a bad impression. I love my area. I love where I live. I love my neighbors. And I hope my neighbors love me. I hope Metro Council will love me after I say what I say. I'm concerned and worried about the jail coming in. I have several questions that I like to ask Mr. Hall, but he's not here. I'd like to know, if this jail is put in, what makes him think, or what is going to he's going to give us the information to lead us to believe that he can maintain it if he could not even maintain what he already had? I'd like to know where the other areas are. Why is it that Antioch is the best area for this jail? Why is it that Harding Place is the best area for this jail? I'd like to have these questions answered. I'd like you to look over everything that has been said and done to propose this area. And why haven't we been given the information about the other areas? I'd like to know where those areas are, not just a street name. I'm not going to be up here all night. You've already heard everything that I was going to say by other people who have concerns in this area. And it's not just this area, it's Nashville. And I want to see a better Nashville. And putting a jail down off of Harding Road is not going to make it better for anyone. The traffic, the concern, the police, the bus traveling 2 times a day concerns me. The schools in the area, the homes in the area. I'm not going to say that crime's going to go up. I'm not going to say crime is going to go down. But I think there should be a better spot for this jail to be. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Hale. I live at 277 Bell Road. I have been in the Southeast Nashville community since I was born. So that's a grand total of 24 and a half years if you want to break it down to the math. Since I have been there, I have been to every single one of the public schools, UNA, JFK, Antioch. From the time that I started my education with Metro Nashville Public Schools, I have been stigmatized for coming from a rough part of town, a ghetto neighborhood, an area that is not necessarily safe to go. I have friends all over the Nashville community. Many of them will not come to my area of town because they feel that their car might be broken into. Now, we don't really have too many of those problems here, but if you put the jail in my backyard, that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to add on to the already stigmatized areas that we have. It's going to add into that problem. Both the Southeast Nashville community and the North Nashville community have worked very hard over the past several decades at revitalizing their communities. They dealt with the flood, they dealt with the recession, and they battled through it, and we're just finally starting to break through and see the fruits of our labor. And I'm sorry, but you're kind of like the English coming in and taking away from the colonials. I need you to stop wrecking my tea party. It's not okay. I'm trying to build a teen center in my community where our youth can have a safe place to grow up, have a safe place to go hang out, and not get involved in negative activity. I can't do that if I have a jail in my backyard. How am I going to get funding for it? Nobody wants to fund a teen center that's right next door to a jail. It just looks like they're transferring from high school to college. It doesn't work. There are suburbs where you're wanting to put this new jail. As many people have echoed tonight, why don't we fix what we already have? Your parents probably wouldn't throw something out. We're pushing recycle movements in Nashville. Let's recycle our current jail. Okay? Go in there, restore the pipes. Down on Broadway, those buildings have been there for decades. You see people down there now restoring the second and third floors of their buildings. They're taking out the old contaminated pipe, putting in brand new ones, putting up new drywall, putting in new installation. Why can't we do that over there? It's just across the street. Why can't we do that? And again, I'm going to echo what everybody else has said at the risk of being repetitive. Sheriff Hall said he waited 13 years and didn't ask anything. Why did he wait 13 years to change the smoke system? Why did he wait 13 years to change the plumbing? Please take that into consideration tonight when you vote before you impact our neighborhoods forever. Please keep that in mind and keep the kids in mind. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, and my name is Margot Chambers, and I'm at 3803 Princeton Avenue, District 24. I have a handout I'd like each one of you to have for tonight. And just before I begin talking, I am about this document. I am against the flood protection plan and the Greenway project. It has not been vetted to the public, so I'd like you to pull that from the CIB also. I'm here primarily to ask you to pull $162 million from the capital improvement budget for public safety initiative because the public has not been given the judicial campus master plan this council authorized last year. This plan, if it exists, should have been given to the public as you have asked. This council has asked for that. The public has paid for this report, and we want to see what was done on our behalf in the name of public safety. The second reason I ask you to pull the $162 million from the capital improvement budget for the public safety initiative has to do with the lack of transparency to the public. The handout that you have been given contains details for the Metropolitan contract with Capital Project Solutions. It's the contractor hired to create a judicial campus master plan. The city paid CPS $2 million for this service in 2013. The contract 317260 was a no-bid, no-scope contract and is now funded for an $8 million payment to CPS. General Service requested the contract, and Mr. Gossage from procurement set it up as a no competitive sealed bid process. Mr. Riebling, the Director of Finance, approved that $8 million of city funds. That $8 million are ready and available to be paid, and legal approved the contract form. Page 2 of the handout that you have lists the experts who decided the fate of the CGC. I don't know any of them, but they're not you. Page 3 of my handout is a letter from the State Comptroller's Office of the Treasury. In 2013, the state tells the mayor and the sheriff that the sheriff's department did not accurately count inmate population correctly. They underreported 5,000 inmates, which resulted in Metro owing the state $217,000. My point is that this is one of many state audit reports that have been published to examine the money between the jails, the sheriff's office, and the local governments. The state audit results for our sheriff's department are not good. We're on the record for not counting inmates correctly. Page 7 of my handout is a Metro contract abstract. It is another contract signed February 2015 between Davidson County Sheriff's Office and the CCA. It's not Metro. It's for $100 million for 5 years to manage 1,000 inmates. This is prison for profit, and we're using public money to fund the facility where CCA can make a profit. I'd like you to investigate the $100 million going into the general fund. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Candace Litz, and I live in the Pepper Ridge community. I'm actually a member of the Pepper Ridge HOA board. I don't represent all the residents because while some did sign the petition against this movement, not all of them did that I know of. I'm not going to belabor this. I do thank you for your time and your representation of all of our communities. There's just a few things I want to highlight from what was said before. First and foremost, we are trying really hard to turn Antioch around and make it into one of these wonderful communities. We're at a turning point, and this jail kind of threatens that. Another thing is we have not been informed properly of this expansion. We haven't been informed fully. I work for a company that does studies on areas and things like that, and this report is not complete. It doesn't fully represent the other locations. It's not fair. We're uninformed. What you don't know can hurt you. And I have to say that a lot of these people, a lot of the things that's being thrown at us, we kind of have to be scared of because we just don't know. Another thing I will highlight is I don't know how many schools are where all throughout that area. I do know that there are at least 3 public schools within a 3-mile radius of where this jail will be located. Within 1-mile radius, there is a foster center. There's also at least 3 colleges, and these college students, they're trying to turn their lives around, they're trying to do their best. And with this in the community, who knows what will happen, and if those colleges decide to leave. Another thing, there's been a lot of talk about putting people on buses and getting them out of town and how fast or how soon a bus will come. That's not okay. I have friends in the area who are disabled. I have other friends who are low income and they take these buses, and especially the concern for the disabled people, including blind people. If somebody tries to attack them, they don't have a chance, whether they're waiting for the bus or on the bus. Our poor and our disabled don't have a right to be bussed out with people who are a threat to them. There needs to be a little bit more protection there. A bus is not a solution. Also, and finally, Pepper Ridge is located south of the jail. And as a board representative, we receive a lot of complaints about blasting. There's a quarry in the middle of the plant and from where we're located. And just something that you should know, some time that you should take in considering this jail is we constantly get complaints that there's blasting and it shakes the buildings. I've been home when it shakes the buildings, and it looks like the scene in Mary Poppins when the art hangs on the walls and the piano slides across the room. So before you build, that's something that you should consider, because as you're expanding into that back area, you're expanding closer to that quarry. So I don't know if somebody has told you about that, but it's something to keep in mind as you consider expanding in that area. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Heather Wilder, and I live in the Pepper Ridge community as well, and I'm on the board with Candy as well. And as she said, many of our residents signed the petition against having the criminal justice relocation to our area, and for many of the same reasons. I'm a proud resident of Antioch, but as I've heard other people say, I work in Franklin, and many of my coworkers will not come to my beautiful neighborhood just because it has an Antioch address. In the recent years, we've done a lot to improve our community and the reputation of our community. One gentleman who was for this stood up and said that his home value is increasing. I don't know how that could be possible. 2 years ago, I stood here and asked you not to rezone a residential area close to my house, close to where the proposed site for this new criminal justice center is. And not long after that rezoning happened, I got a letter that my home value had decreased. So values are not increasing yet in our area, and I don't think that relocating the criminal justice center to our area will help that problem. As Candy said, there's a lot missing from the report. I went online, I read the CPS plan. It's very incomplete. I also work in a place that we get proposals all the time that include all of the cons and pros to a situation. There's no cons listed to having the criminal justice center moved to that location. How is that even possible? I mean, there has to be the transport cost, which will never go away. I mean, prisoners will always have to be transported from the criminal justice center to court. There's a constant cost for that. That's not listed. How is that possible? There's, like she said, the limestone blasting. There's going to be an issue with the building that's built is going to deteriorate faster in that location. There is, why not the other 5 sites? All it says is other sites were considered, but why would they not work? There's just a lot missing from that report. So ultimately tonight, I know your vote is whether or not to approve the budget. And so my request is to remove the relocation of the Criminal Justice Center from that budget if you do approve it tonight. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Natasha Blackshear, and I live at 127 Nashboro Greens. MIT professor of economics did a study in 2007 and 2008 that was the largest study ever done regarding foster care in jail. Over decades, people have noticed that there's a large correlation between people who are in jail and people who have spent time in foster care. If you go to a jail, you'll see a large percentage of the population spent time in foster care. But no one ever looked to see, is there a causation, not just correlation, until Dr. Doyle did this. And his results were mind-boggling. It showed that people who were put in foster care in the city of Chicago, basically you were 3 times more likely to go to jail as an adult, as a young adult, if you spent time in foster care than if you did not, even if you came from a very similar family. Your father's alcoholic, whatever it is, if you were 3 times more likely to go to jail coming from similarly situated families. I say that because I am, like everyone else, I'm against the movement of the jail to Southeast Nashville, as well as the Jefferson Street building. But one issue that's not being discussed tonight is the $20 million for the Family Justice Center. Currently, the deck is already stacked against families who come to the Davidson County Juvenile Center being accused of abusing and neglecting their children. DCS attorneys are on salary, they get benefits, on the other hand, the parents being accused of abusing and neglecting their children, most of whom happen to be people of color and of very economically challenging situations, are being represented by attorneys who are making $40 an hour no salaries and benefits and all this other stuff. The deck is totally stacked against them. DCS has investigators. They have all types of people working with them. And now you have $20 million for a building to put DCS together with the police and Children's Nashville Alliance. And all that sounds so great. And it sounds good to say it's a family justice center. But actually, at the end of the day, most of what occurs is that you're breaking families apart who really need help to stay together. And when you tell kids that their parents are bad people, they end up doing bad things as adults, and foster care is not the solution. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Fran Bush. I reside at 100 Took Drive, Antioch, Tennessee, 37013. I am a product of North Nashville. I grew up on 17th Avenue North, and I had some of the best days in North Nashville. And when my grandmother, who is 80 years old, woke up and told me that this was all happening in North Nashville, I didn't see the other part, that it was going to happen in Southeast Nashville. But that really disturbed me because she was worried. She's a senior, and she shouldn't have to worry. She should be in a position in her life that she should be felt like she's safe and that her voice is heard and that she can live in her house without any type of problems around her, even though there's some things that do happen. But she's happy. But she's not happy about this, and I oppose it. The police department, the headquarters being located on Jefferson Street. I also am a product of Tennessee State University, so I hear the voices of the students there also with their concerns. I left North Nashville and started my journey and ended up in Southeast Davidson County, which I have been really excited about staying since 2001. Now, we've seen a lot of things happen in Southeast Davidson County, and we've had the greatest, we've had good, and we've had our bad. And we have tried to come back and revitalize our area. And once I found out about this proposal, and I looked at it because I'm not a number person, I hate math. And when I did the numbers on the sheriff operations of $110 million and the police headquarters, $22 million, and the South Police Precinct, $10 million. I asked the questions to my council members in Southeast Davidson County, where is the itemization? How do we come up with these numbers? My next question was, when I heard Sheriff Hall talk about this will be the best location for the new CJC, my question was then, how does he know that? And you know what he said? Because I said so. I said this is the best location. It was I, not us. So then he says that this doesn't prove that it causes crime in the community. Well, the reason why you don't have that statistics, because it doesn't happen in a community. You don't put a county jail in a community. And that's the reason why you're not going to be able to find statistics to support that it doesn't cause crime. I have children. I have 5 boys, and I also work with lots of children in the community across Davidson County. And this is for the children, their voices also. We want to raise our kids to know that being raised around a jail or a headquarters, that's not the way of life, and that's not the way of living. We want better for our kids, and we want you guys to listen to the voices of our children that don't really have a voice, because it comes from us, their parents, and their leaders. So we ask for you to remove this out of the budget. Thank you so much.
My name is Joseph Sheeran. I live at 1827 Morena Street. That's in District 21, and just across the line from District 19. We've talked a lot about the many reasons to not build this jail, to not build this police headquarters. We haven't talked about the reasons that were advanced as to why this would be a good thing. In the article from the Tennessean that was published in April, it was said that this facility, specifically speaking about the new headquarters on Jefferson Street that they would build, would be good for the rejuvenation of the neighborhood. How does that make any sense, other than that building some new building is going to make the neighborhood look newer, that there's going to be newer buildings? Jefferson Street is a neighborhood with a long history. It deserves serious consideration of things that would actually be in keeping with that history, actually serving that neighborhood, that would actually rejuvenate that neighborhood. Now, I know that Councilwoman Langster and Councilwoman Gilmore and the 5 at-large representatives are listening to the people from that neighborhood, are listening to the people from Antioch. And I hope that, should you not decide tonight, that I will see all of you at the community meeting at Clark Memorial United Methodist Church at 1014 14th Avenue North, where you can hear from this community that was supposedly consulted before this plan was released. Thank you.
Rodriguez White, 1802 Hughes Street, 37207. I feel like I shouldn't have to be here today to tell y'all why y'all shouldn't move a police headquarters to North Nashville, especially given the climate, police relations with black people in America. You look at Mike Brown, Eric Gardner, Tamir Rice, Kajimi Powell, Vondere Myers, we can keep going for days. You have a community telling you that they feel harassed by the cops. You have a community telling you that we live in fear, not from each other, but from the blue lights that are supposed to serve and protect us. You have a community who is telling you that we are tired of what we are going through. And yeah, I look around at your faces right now. Some of you are half asleep, like you really don't care. It is sickening that some of you are even elected, because you honestly don't care about the people. You honestly don't listen to the people. Your cell phones and your Candy Crush is more important than people standing up here. A little boy came up here to talk to you, and half of you wouldn't even pay him any mind. You should be ashamed of yourself. We live in the era of the new Jim Crow, where people that look like me, young 24-year-old black males, are just thrown in the street. I'm community organizer, and I just left New York City working on the Fight for 15 campaign up there. And I came back Saturday, and the first thing I saw when I got off my exit was 3 undercover cars pulling one person over. And I knew instantly that I was back home in good old Nashville, Tennessee. Have a good day. Black Lives Matter.
I said this at the beginning, I'll repeat it now. Please try not to be repetitive. Please do not repeat what the folks ahead of you have already said. Next person, please.
My name is Cynthia Scott. I live at 2711 Priest Lake Drive, and I'm in District 29. I implore the council to take both the flood wall system and the jails, the removing of the jails from the capital budget, because neither of these plans have been completely thought out. The flood wall system, yes, it's important, but we need a flood system for all of Nashville. My father was involved in a plan before I was born, and you can find that out from some other people. There are other flood agencies besides the Corps that should be consulted in trying to figure out what to do with how to control flooding in Nashville. Those need to be consulted before you say, oh, let's spend $1 bazillion for saving downtown Nashville. Downtown Nashville did not necessarily flood because of the rain coming down. There were other reasons that downtown Nashville flooded. The areas outside of downtown Nashville flooded more for the reasons of the rain coming down and not having anywhere to go. I'm also here because of removing the jails from downtown to both the North Nashville area and to the Southeast Nashville area, because the services for those jail inmates and people that are being released, the services are downtown. Don't move those systems and places to places where the services are not. You're not going to get the services are not going to move outside of where they are. Most of these are nonprofits and don't have the money to relocate. So I implore you to think about that before you vote for these things. And I implore you to remove both of these from the capital budget. Thank you.
Terry Bear, 323 Forest Park. The biggest thing I've really heard about this is when they heard about things going on downtown here is, are we liquidating a piece of property that is owned by the city, by our county city, that we really need? And are we just handing it over to what enterprise that isn't even listed there, or that any of our another civic piece of property is going into private hands because we think that would be better than continued use and stewardship by the city county of Davidson County. And those are the things that I'm hearing a lot of. I know that you get a budget that's handed down to you, but you are trusted with the idea that you are all elected to represent people, and that you need to take the time on all these issues and rely on what your constituents tell you as to what should be in that. And some of these things may be little fixes that you need to change in the budget. Some may be very, very big. Obviously, this jail thing and the flood wall that doesn't really seem to hold water are big things, but there are a lot of things in these budgets that just remember that you are elected, you do serve people, and they expect that every one of you has taken the time to look over what is in here, and all of their comments that they've had, and that will be part of your decision as to whether you vote for this, or you make changes, or that you put out a whole new budget with your concerns addressed in it, and that you can get together and do that if you need to. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Delicia Porterfield, and I live on Carla Court in Southeast Nashville. I've lived in Southeast Nashville for 11 years since I graduated from Tennessee State University in 2004. I would like to start by thanking you for your service, your time, and your attention. I'm asking that you do not approve the capital improvement budget. I do not stand in favor of moving the police headquarters to Jefferson Street, nor do I stand in favor of relocating the jail to South Nashville. As a parent who resides, works as a special education teacher, worships, volunteers, and has a child who attends school in Southeast Nashville, having an additional jail in my backyard is not only terrifying, it's not what I signed up for when I purchased my home 5 years ago. There are many unanswered questions surrounding the move that we simply do not have the answers to. It is not clear why the CJC cannot be renovated and kept at its current location versus moved into a community that does not want it. It is not clear why it was allowed to become so dilapidated in the first place. It is also not clear why the other proposed locations were not chosen. It is not clear why the community was not given the opportunity to give input. It is not clear nor logistically sound to have a courthouse downtown with a criminal justice system located miles away in Southeast Nashville. Nashville is one of the most diverse cities and has a high concentration of minorities that live in Southeast Nashville. What do you say to our community when some of the most undesirable projects are placed in your backyard? I ask you today, how would you feel if it was your backyard? What do you say to your constituents, your voters, your supporters, those that you serve, those that helped get you elected, and those that will help to determine if you are reelected when decisions are made that do not reaffirm their community? It is very interesting that of the 17 people that spoke in favor of the budget, only 6 were in favor of the move, and the majority of those were current or former employees of the sheriff's office. I'm not sure if you all have kept count, but of the 44 people that spoke prior to me coming up, 43 of them spoke against moving the jail to Southeast Nashville and or moving the police headquarters to Jefferson Street. The people have spoken. Please support us by voting no to moving the jail to Southeast Nashville and by voting no on moving the police headquarters to Jefferson Street. I would like to close with this. This is my 8-year-old daughter, Janiyah, and although she did not want to speak to you guys on tonight, I asked her as we listened to everyone speaking, I had one question for her, and that was, how do you feel about a jail being moved into your community? Her one-word reply was scared. Thank you.
Jessica Sutton, 928 30th Avenue North, District 19, I'm sorry. I'm going to express my right to free speech to repeat a few things, and I have 3 minutes to do so. Some things I think are worthy of being repeated because they're not being listened to, or sometimes they fall on deaf ears. I myself am a victim of racial profiling repetitively here in North Nashville. And one of the comments that I've heard repeatedly in the newspaper from Mayor Cardine and the chief of police is how this police headquarters will somehow better community police relationships between the African American community and the police. And I have no idea where the logic behind that came from. I think history has shown us that that does not work. So that's quite interesting. And also, I just want to echo the concerns that we have for humanity. At what point do we engage our community members to get that feedback? That step was definitely bypassed here. And as I think Josh said, as a community member, I'm a student at Meharry Medical College. I shouldn't spend my time organizing town hall meetings, knocking on people's doors, trying to tell people that there's a value for my life. So Thursday, we are having a community town hall meeting. Erica Gilmore, you are more than welcome to come, and other council members as well. And I also want to echo, I don't know how to word this, maybe etiquette, but as a resident, comments by some council members, such as Mr. Jerry Maynard, for example, I think we also need to start to have conversations between how the conversation is navigated between council members and constituents. I was definitely offended by some of Mr. Maynard's comments, just in us expressing our own concerns against the police headquarters. I have 1 minute left, and I'm gonna take a moment of silence for the people who couldn't make it out here tonight, who are victims of racial profiling, who are against the police headquarters, and I'm gonna use that now. Thank you. Have a good night.
Madam Vice Mayor, members, I'm State Representative Sherry Jones, 4947 Sherman Oaks. I'm here tonight on behalf of my district, my constituents, my neighbors, my friends, my children, and my grandchildren. I'm here to ask that you not fund the move of that prison out to Harding Place. When the CCA facility went out there, we did not want it. We did not deserve it, but we got that anyway. If the jail moves out there too, we will have a prison complex, which we do not want and we do not deserve. We don't deserve the waste station out there. We don't deserve the rock quarry or the asphalt plant either. The area of Antioch is making a turn for the better now. We have a lot of development going in. We have a lot of good things happening that my friends and my neighbors have worked really hard to achieve. This will be an extreme detriment to all of the things that everybody out there has worked so hard to do. This isn't a facility that any of you would want a half a mile from your constituency all the way around. And that's what we're asking for, is don't do to us something that you would not do to your very own constituents. These people deserve better. We all deserve better. There are plenty of properties that Metro owns. There's also a thing called land swap that we do with state property. So there are other ways. My council members were not informed of any of this, and my constituents were not either. So I'm asking you to please do the right thing and vote no.
Laura Briggs, 604 Waterford Court, Antioch. For the benefit of the constituents that are represented by their respective council members, I respectfully request that the item regarding the Southeast Jail proposal be removed from the capital improvements budget, and that the decision be made only after further information is obtained and due diligence is performed. I know that this has been stated before, and at the risk of sounding repetitive, I'll be brief. As the present facility still enjoys ACA accreditation, I can't see the harm in postponing the vote on this matter. I'm a public school educator who's had previous experience as a correctional educator in a hardware secure facility that was ACA accredited. And I know that the American Correctional Association doesn't simply dole out accreditation haphazardly. Therefore, I cannot imagine that even one more fiscal year would prove harmful to either the inmates or to the staff who work there. I believe the additional time for further study and review is merited and beneficial so that a sound and well-informed decision may be made. Thank you.
I may be the last of the Mohicans. I appreciate y'all's time and your attention, and I know you're getting tired. But I want, at the risk of losing each and every one of you, ask you to shut your eyes for just a second or two. Just shut your eyes and chill. And now, leave them shut, because I'm going to give you all a surprise. In the middle of your district, Metro Nashville is going to relocate a $162 million sewage treatment facility. Now open your eyes. And you all were not even talked about that or conferred with about that. So that's kind of how our folks feel. We've got two areas where we've seen an uptick in development. The North Nashville community, where the mayor has pledged, unending support for the Jefferson Street, Germantown area, because he's devoted $40–50 million to the ballpark. And we've heard about this great development process and resurgence in that community. Same time out here in the southeast Nashville area, Antioch specifically, Cool Spring, the Hickory Hollow Mall has received a boost from private public funding. Now you have these two communities that have a resurgence. And suddenly, in the middle of that, you're going to dump a $162 million sewage treatment plant. That's what we think. That's how we view it. You wouldn't like it in your district, would you? You know? What are they going to do? They're going to destroy the South Precinct. That's a 17-year-old building. They're going to tear that down. Does that make sense? We've got a $1.5 million study. You know and I know that when you want to develop a particular outcome that you're espousing for $1.5 million and 40-something pages, that can be accomplished. I thank you for your time and appreciate your withdrawing this criminal justice package from the capital improvements budget. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paula Ward, and I have never spoken before a group like this in my life. I don't know everything at all. I know nothing at all about a lot of this tonight. I've heard some very well-informed people speaking, but I must tell you that I'm absolutely proud to live in an ethnically diverse community like Antioch. We have had our problems. I guess the news about Antioch hasn't been so hot over the years. I have friends that live in Brentwood, friends that live in Green Hills. I once lived in Green Hills, but I bought my nice, happy yellow house on the corner of Luann Drive and Roundwood Forest in Antioch. And I have wonderful neighbors. And I must also say that I have many cousins and relatives in the police force, not in Tennessee, but in other states, and I highly respect all of them, all the ones with whom I have dealt. And I grew up on Air Force bases around the United States, and I lived on the Upper West Side of Manhattan before moving to Nashville, Tennessee, also an ethnically diverse area. And what I have seen over and over again, much to my chagrin, is that a lot of things get rammed down the throats of communities that are less wealthy. When you are voting on things, and I realize all of you have your own constituents, your own neighborhoods you're representing, please try to think of those who have less, that are hardworking people who are trying to make a difference in their own communities. Please try and think of everything everyone has said here tonight. Before you move something in that will scare the children, that will reduce home values, we are struggling to keep our home values up in our area. I mean, honestly, my friends, with the way the news is all the time, they're even afraid to sometimes come over to my hood. Well, I really enjoy living in my neighborhood. I'm a 7-minute drive from Long Hunter State Park, where I hike all the time. It's a wonderful community. I'm proud to have this lady here as my councilwoman. She has been so proactive and so, how can I put this? A lot of things have started improving. Even the things that they mentioned a while ago about Hickory Hollow Mall and the improvements that are being made there. And I've heard, I guess on the news recently, that a company's coming in that's going to provide 2,000 jobs. Well, great, that's fantastic. But we've already got some things going on in Antioch. We don't need to be dumped on anymore. We need to have a chance like other communities like Green Hills, Creve Hall, areas near Brentwood, the chance that they have. Thank you.
I think you might be safe. I think I might be the last cookie in the jar. My name is Jeannie Alexander. I'm an attorney. I'm a pastor. I'm also the director of No Exceptions Prison Collective. And it turns out I'm pretty much against this entire capital budget. I'm opposed to the relocation of the headquarters, police headquarters in North Nashville. I am opposed to this absurd flood wall, which the New York Times has recently stated is a ridiculous decision to make. And I'm especially opposed to moving the CJC to Antioch. And not because I'm concerned about property values, and certainly not because I think that some people are sewage I'm here because I'm concerned about the value of all human life. And I'm here because I'm concerned about the people who nobody's really talking about here who can't speak for themselves. And that's the prisoners, the people who are housed in the Criminal Justice Center. And one of my primary concerns here, and I'm really troubled by the fact that this hasn't come up at all, is the public defenders. Now, I'm an attorney, but I'm not a public defender, but I have a lot of friends in this town who are public defenders. And do you know what their response was to this move? Do you know what they said when they were asked? Nothing, because they weren't asked. No one went to the public defenders. So when I started talking to public defenders, it became very clear quickly that they're all opposed to it. They can walk to their clients right now, pre-trial detainees. You know, I know that property values are a big deal, but you're talking about people losing their liberty. You're talking about people losing their freedom. So the sheriff's answer for this is, well, it's not a big deal because we can have video conferencing. I'll tell you one thing, if it was your child sitting in that jail facing a life sentence in the state of Tennessee, I doubt that you would think that a video conference was sufficient representation. And the other thing I can tell you is that if you're going to video conference lawyers in, video conferencing in family members for visitation is the next step. You see, our sheriff thinks that's the way of the future. Well, fortunately, there's a national conversation going on about ending mass incarceration that's completely contrary to that idea and contrary to that future. And thank God for it, because the little boy who stood up to speak, I think he said his name was Dante Phillips. If that future doesn't change, that child has a 1 in 3 chance of going to prison in his lifetime. Thank you.
Councilmember Pridemore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget Finance report was, we approved 11 for, 0 against, referring it back to Budget and Finance. It's been a while since I spoke. Sorry. So that's my
Councilmember Hunt.
motion.
Planning and Zoning approve Bill 1142, 1040 against.
Thank you. We have a motion. Councilman Hunt, it was approved and re-referred to both committees, correct?
That is correct. I'm sorry.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Berry?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted John to make sure that he clarifies what this does, please.
This is the capital improvements budget that is a planning document and a project authorization document. It does not appropriate any funds or allocate any funds. It just enables projects to be funded at some point. This is the second reading of the bill. It is amendable on third reading. We will consider it next Tuesday. Joint Committee of Planning and Zoning and Budget and Finance will probably be at 4 o'clock, and then the council will meet at 6 o'clock, and it is amendable on third reading.
Councilmember Dominy?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Cooper, in the event I want to be listed as voting no on this proposal in its current form, what do I need to do?
Vote no and have 4 other people ask for a roll call.
We can have a machine vote.
Well, I will request a machine vote.
Granted.
And I will be voting no on the bill. I realize many of you have to vote for this because there's a number of things in this proposal that are appropriate and just to do. But as we've heard tonight for the last few hours, and I could not be more proud to represent the United Nations of Antioch, there are concerns about portions of this bill, and I will be voting no, and I will be bringing an amendment to pull the funding for the CJC. I have that with me for anybody who'd like to sign on to that. And I respectfully ask my colleagues on third reading to pull the funding for that project until such time as it has been properly and fully vetted by this body.
Councilmember Bedney.
One of the speakers had a document she wanted to share with us. When are we going to get copies of them?
Mr. Cooper, you want to answer?
By council rules, materials cannot be distributed on your desk unless they have the name and address of the person that is wanting it distributed, or a council member has signed all of the copies. So after the meeting, we'll put them in your boxes, mailboxes, like any other item that comes in for distribution.
Okay, so everybody will have a chance to read them.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Duvall.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would behoove everybody in this room, after hearing the testimony they heard tonight, to stand with Councilman Dominy and seriously take the request for the CJC and the headquarters out of the capital improvement budget. We understand how the process works. We understand if it's not in the capital improvement budget, they can't go in and put it in the capital spending budget. So let's not try to do anything that would fool the people. Let's let the people know how this works. Let's be transparent. Let's stand with these people. I can assure you this back row that's sitting here stands with them right now, and we're going to continue to do so to the end. There's a bunch of items in that capital improvement budget that I would love to have and want. Sidewalks to schools are a big piece. I've got 5 schools in my district that don't even have sidewalks from the subdivisions that are next to them to get my kids to those schools safely. But I will vote against this capital improvement budget as it is written tonight. And I would appreciate many of you doing the same. Thank you.
Councilmember Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just want everybody here to understand that in the 24 years and the 24 capital improvements budget that I've had the opportunity to vote on, this is merely a procedural vote. Those council members on the back row that this affects will bring their amendments to this council next week, and they'll be here at 4 o'clock. I believe you're talking about the Budget and Finance Committee, Madam Chair Lady, and with the chairman. And for those of us here that will be voting yes on this, we are also voting for all the schools that are being built and for all the sidewalks that are being built and anything to do with greenways and anything to do with parks. So in the 24 years that I've been here, it is always passed on second reading. Anything that's going to be taken out, and items have been taken out, are always taken out on third reading so that we can hear what these folks have to say. That's what this meeting is all about tonight, is to hear what y'all have to say and to bring back before Chairman Pride Moore's committee next Tuesday and to vote on it next Tuesday night. And I hope that's what we do tonight, and they've done a good job of letting us know. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to share, too, that I will be voting on this because it's procedural for this particular meeting. But as we move forward, I do support the bill that Councilman Dominy has to remove both the CJC and the Jefferson Street headquarters. At first, I was for the headquarters, but after hearing more discussion and reflecting on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will clear the chamber. We will not have any more outbursts, please.
And reflecting on it, I apologize. And reflecting on it, I feel that it needs more discussion, it needs more vetting, and I just think out of respect, we owe that to the community. And so that is the reason for my decision. And I just wanted to say, sometimes we do change our mind, and we should never feel to the point that we've dug our heels in so deep that we cannot change our decisions. And so I just wanted to share that. Thank you so much. So I will be voting to move it forward procedurally, but I will amend it out on third. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Neighbors. The only reason I'm standing this evening is because there's so many of my constituents here this evening, and I Councilmember Garrett and Council Lady Gilmore pretty much already said exactly what I was going to say when I pushed my button, and that was for them to understand that I was going to be voting for the budget tonight because it encompasses so much more within the budget, and it's basically a procedural vote. But I will be voting against the jails being relocated to Southeast Nashville, and would appreciate you all's well thought out consideration in looking at that holistically and seriously in terms of the impact that that will have on our part of the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Todd.
Call the question.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. Opposed, no. No. Previous question passes. We're going to have a machine vote. On the motion to re-refer to the Budget and Finance and Planning and Zoning. Approve and re-refer for the meeting next week at 4 o'clock. Madam Clerk, close the machine and tally the vote.
I have 37 for, 2 against, no abstentions.
Motion passes, and we will be reconsidering this next Tuesday at 4 o'clock in committee. Councilmember Matthews. Thank you. Turn off the clerk's mic. I forgot to.
All right. Thought it'd be a good idea to give the Vice Mayor a restroom break after public hearing. We'll move on to consent agenda. You're welcome. If everyone could please leave the gallery quietly. Please clear the gallery quietly, please. On consent agenda, we have resolutions. Excuse me. If you could please leave the gallery quietly. We do have an agenda to get through. We have RS 2015-1502, 1503, 1504, 1505, 1506, 1508, 1509, 1510, 1511, 1512, 1513, and 1514 are all on the consent agenda. Do any of these need to be pulled from consent agenda for consideration? Seeing none, I will read the captions on each. RS 2015-1502, sponsors Proudmoore and Baker, approves a contract between the State Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services and General Sessions Court for mental health evaluations and treatment for defendants charged with misdemeanor crimes. RS 2015-1503, sponsors Claiborne, Proudmoore, and Baker, approves the continuation of a grant from the State Department of Children's Services to the Davidson County Juvenile Court to provide mental health screening and assessments for youth. RS 2015-1504 approves a grant from the Friends of Two Rivers Mansion to the Metro Parks and Recreation Department to provide partial funding for a parks employee. Sponsors are Claiborne, Proudmoore, and Bennett. RS 2015-1505 sponsors Proudmoore and Bennett. Approves a donation from the Nashville Public Library Foundation to the Nashville Public Library. RS 2015-1506 sponsors Proudmoore and Gilmore. Approves a donation of $10,018 from the 10th Avenue Multifamily Partners, LLC to the Metro Social Services Department for use in the transition of residents at James Robertson Apartments. RS 2015-1508 sponsors Proudmoore and Gilmore, approves an amendment to a contract between the Metro Board of Health and Opus Inspection Incorporated for operation of the automobile emission testing program. RS 2015-1509 sponsors Gilmore, approves a contract between the Metro Board of Health and Aviality to use a secure website for medical services provided to health plans. RS 2015-1510 sponsors Proudmoore and Anthony Davis, approves an amendment to a grant from the State Department of Environment and Conservation to the Metro Public Works Department to provide assistance in maintaining and operating a permanent household hazardous waste collection site. RS 2015-1511, sponsors Anthony Davis, Primore and Hunt, approves the final network huts license agreement between the Metro government and Google Fiber Company, and approves the specific Metro properties to be used for the network fiber huts. RS 2015-1512, sponsors Primore, authorizes the employment of the law firm of Leaf Bracer, Hyman and Bernstein LLP to investigate and pursue claims against the pharmaceutical companies that have illegally suppressed lower-priced generic competition to the detriment of Metro's health insurance plans. RS 2015-1513, sponsors Tenpenny, Domini, and others, recognizes Mr. Mark Cleveland on being honored with the 2014 Next Award as Entrepreneur of the Year. And RS 2015-1514, sponsors Leinster, Baker, and others, honors Father Philip Breen on his Golden Jubilee and retirement. Committee reports. First, we'll have Budget and Finance. Councilman Pridemore.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. RS 2015-1502, 1503, 1504, 1505, 1506, 1508, 1510, 1511, 1512. Budget and Finance voted 11-4-0 against.
Thank you very much. Councilor Bennett, Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Parks Committee approved 1504, 540 against. 1505 approved 640 against.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Councilman Hunt, Plan and Zoning.
Planning and Zoning approved Bill 1511, 10 and O. This is a resolution. 1092, 10 and O. Bill 2015. I'm sorry. 1131, 1132, 1133, 1134, 1135. 1136, 1137, 1138, and 1141, all approved 10 and 0.
Thank you very much, Councilman Hunt. Councilman Anthony Davis, Public Works.
Thank you, Chair. Public Works approved 1510 and 1511, 7-4 and 0 against.
Thank you very much. Councilor Gilmore, Health and Hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Health and Hospitals and Social Services Committee approved Resolution 2015-1506, 4 and 0 against. Recommended 2015-1507, 3, 4.
Just 1508. We haven't taken 1507. 1508 and 1509.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, so 1508, there were 5-4-0 against, recommended for approval. 1509, 5-4-0 against, recommended for approval.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Harmon, Rules and Confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee considered RS 2015-1513 and RS 2015-1514 and recommended approval, 5 in favor, none against. And I would move approval of the consent agenda.
It's been properly moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion on consent agenda? Councilman Hunt.
I need to make one correction in my report, and that's on Bill 1137.
You only have 1511 on consent agenda. Those are bills that will be on the rest of the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of all opposed? Consent agenda passes. We're now on to resolutions not on consent agenda. The first is RS 2015-1499. And this is sponsored by Councilman Pridemore. Authorizes the issuance, sale, and payment of general obligation bonds in principal amount not to exceed $400 million. Councilman Pridemore.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Budget and Finance Committee voted 11-4-0 against, defer one meeting and track with the budget.
And do you want to make that motion?
And I make a motion.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded to defer one meeting to track with budget. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Resolution passes. RS 2015-1500, also sponsored by Pridemore, determines to issue up to $520 million in GSD general obligation bonds to approve funding for various projects contained in the mayor's 2015-2016 capital spending plan. Councilman Pridemore.
Budget and Finance voted 11-4-0 against, deferred one meeting, track with the budget, and I make that motion.
Been properly moved and seconded to defer one meeting to track with budget. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Resolution passes. RS 2015-1501. This also is sponsored by Councilman Pridemore, approves an economic and community development incentive grant for the benefit of Assurion LLC. Councilman Pridemore.
There's an amendment. Want to move?
You give the committee report before
Okay.
the amendment.
Budget and Finance voted 11-4-0 against on the amendment. And as amended, voted on the amendment as amended.
Okay. And do you want to move the amendment?
I want to move the amendment.
All right. Mr. Cooper, could you please explain the amendment?
The amendment clarifies that Metro would not owe a payment for the grant until the following fiscal year. So it would not be next fiscal year, but fiscal year 17.
All right. We have a motion to approve the amendment. Was there a second? Second. It's properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? I'm sorry. Councilman Glover.
I just need to be registered as abstaining on this.
All right. Duly noted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
All opposed? The amendment passes. Councilman Pridemore?
I'd like to move the bill as amended.
It's been properly moved and second to move the bill as amended. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Resolution passes as amended. RS 2015-1507. Sponsors Pridemore and Gilmore approves a memorandum of understanding between the State Department of Health and the Metro Board of Health for the distribution of long-acting reversible contraception drugs for us in the family planning program. Councilman Pridemore.
Budget and Finance voted 11-4-0 against for approval.
All right, and Councilor Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Health, Hospitals, and Social Services Committee voted 3-4, with one member not voting.
All right, thank you very much. And Councilman Pridemore?
Sorry, move the bill for approval.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. There's an extension that needs to be recorded. Okay. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Resolution passes. We're on to memorializing resolutions not on consent agenda. RS 2015-1498. Sponsors Tiger requests the Metro Civil Service Commission to recommend an amendment to the general pay plan to partially base the compensation of members of the Metro Council upon council and committee meeting attendance. Councilman Tiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if it's the long evening or the finance director's socks, but I'm not thinking correctly. I would move to defer one meeting.
It's been properly moved and seconded for one meeting deferral. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Resolution is deferred, one meeting. RS 2015-1515. Sponsor is Councilman Tiger. Request the Davidson County delegation to the Tennessee General Assembly to support legislation to require full-time Davidson County elected officials to submit an annual report to the comptroller detailing the dates they worked. Councilman Tiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee report, please.
Councilman Harmon.
The Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee considered this and moved to defer one meeting, 8 in favor, none opposed.
Move to defer.
Councilman Tiger. Move to defer. One meeting has been properly moved and seconded for deferral. Seeing any other discussion? I'm sorry. Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Resolution is deferred. And RS 2015-1516 sponsors Councilman Stein and Anthony Davis. Request the Davidson County delegation to the Tennessee General Assembly to support an amendment to the Tennessee Code to allow metro government to enact inclusionary zoning legislation to ensure sufficient affordable rental housing units are available in Davidson County. Councilman Stein?
Committee report.
Councilman Harmon?
Rules, confirmations, and public elections considered 2015-15-16 and recommended approval, 6 in favor, 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much, Councilman Stein.
Move approval with the briefest of comments.
It's been properly moved and seconded. The floor is yours, Councilman.
Members of the council, this memorializing resolution comes about because of the recognition that on the state level there is a prohibition against local governments passing any kind of rent control. That may well be an impediment to the efforts that this community is going to go forward with on affordable housing and workforce development housing. And so this is a request for them to take a look at that statute to give us some flexibility on the local government to accomplish many of the goals that we want to accomplish with regards to affordable housing. And I ask for your support.
Thank you, Councilman Stein. Any further discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Resolution passes.
Councilmember Gilmore?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a point of order, a question actually. I wanted to see if there was a committee report given for health and hospitals and social services for 1506. Okay, I did? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Matthews. We're now at bills on introduction and first reading. We have some that are late filed, but of the ones that we currently have on introduction and first reading, are there any that need to be pulled for consideration? Is there a motion for their approval? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. First late filed resolution is BL 2015-1205 Gilmore. Councilmember Gilmore, what is, and 1206. Councilmember Gilmore, what is the nature of the emergency?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. The nature of the emergency is that there was no recommendation given at planning, and the persons that are developing this property along with planning agreed that the bill could move forward with the understanding that they would come back and we could just keep it tracking and they would make a recommendation.
Is there any objection to a suspension of the rules? Seeing none, 1205 changes from CF to SP zoning for property located at 1512, 1514, 1516, 1522, 1524, 1528, 1530 to Bombrian Street, 112 and 118 16th Avenue South, and 1529, 1531, and 1533 McGavick Street to permit mixed-use development. 1206, Council cancels 12 properties from the Music Row Urban Design Overlay District located at 1512, 1514, 1516, 1522, 1524, 1528, 1530 to Monbrian Street, and 112 and 118 16th Avenue South, and 1529, 1531, and 1533 McGavick Pike. Councilmember Gilmore?
Yes, ma'am. I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Councilmember Todd, what is the nature of your emergency?
Thank you. It's the same as Council Lady Gilmore. The Planning Commission has not yet considered this bill, and it needs to be considered and approved tonight so that it can be advertised for the July 7 public hearing.
Is there any objection to a suspension of the rules? Seeing none, 1207 changes 14.99 acres from RS16 to SP zoning for properties located at 7037 Highway 70 South and Highway 70 South unnumbered to permit mixed-use development. Councilmember Todd.
Thank you. I move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Councilmember Matthews, you have two. What is the nature of the first one?
Which of the two is
I'm
the
sorry,
first
it's
one?
you don't.
Okay. For the same reason as Councilor Gilmore and Councilman Todd before me, this is an SP that has not been heard by planning, and for the purposes of making the July public hearing, I would like to ask for consideration of suspension of the rules.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, this changes 525.5 acres from AR2A to R10 and R10 to SP zoning for properties located at County Hospital Road unnumbered, and 1016 Camellia Caldwell Lane and Camellia Caldwell Lane unnumbered, and a portion of property located at 1010 Camellia Caldwell Lane to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Matthews.
I'd like to move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The second one, Councilmember Matthews.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, thank you. There is a gas compression station being proposed by National Gas Company, Kinder Morgan, in my district in the Jolton area in a residential area next to a certified organic farm. Right now, the Metro Code does not define gas compression stations and where they're allowed in Davidson County. This is a bill to be able to define what gas compression stations are and where they are allowed to be constructed within Davidson County, and I ask for the council's consideration of suspension of the rules.
Is there any objection?
This will also have to go to public hearing because it has zoning implications, and knowing that we're coming to the end of a term, I would like to get this on the public hearing so that we can fully vet it as soon as possible.
Are there any objections? There are two. So we are now at bills on second reading. BL 2015-1092 changes .25 acres from R6 to SP for property located at 1727 and 1729 14th Avenue South to permit 4 residential units. Councilmember Moore.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Hunt. Committee report.
Yes, ma'am. Bill 1092 was approved, 10-4-0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore.
I'm sorry. Now move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Matthews. Okay. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Councilmember Matthews.
Madam Vice Mayor, the clerk only saw one objection.
There were two.
Who was the second to object?
Councilman Todd and Councilmember Weiner were the two objections.
All right, thank you.
BL 2015-1123 adopts the property tax levy for fiscal year 2015-2016. Councilmember Pridemore.
Budget and Finance voted 11-4-0 against for approval, but re-referred to the, I'm having trouble saying this, to the Budget and Finance Committee at the next meeting, track with the budget.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1124 establishes the property tax relief program for low-income elderly residents in metropolitan government for fiscal year 2015-2016. Councilmember Pridemore.
Budget and Finance again voted 11-4-0 against to have it for approval and re-referred to Budget and Finance to track with the budget.
You have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1125 establishes the Office of Family Safety for a standalone department of metropolitan government. Councilmember Pridemore.
Again, Budget and Finance voted approval 11-4-0 against to have it approved and re-referred to Budget and Finance next meeting, track with the budget.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1126 amends the Metro Code to impose a litigation tax on civil cases filed in General Sessions Court to defray the cost of salary increases for the General Session judges. Councilmember Pridemore.
Budget and Finance again approved 11-4-0 against for approval and referred to Budget and Finance track with the budget.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1127 approves a pilot agreement for the benefit of the American General Life Insurance Company. Councilmember Pridemore.
Budget and Finance voted 10-4-0 against and 1 abstention. Move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1128 approves a pilot agreement for the benefit of Assurian LLC. Councilmember Pridemore.
Budget and Finance voted 10-4-0 against 1 abstention for approval. Move for approval.
Have a motion and a second. Councilmember Glover.
I need to be registered as abstaining here, please.
Okay, so noted. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1129 amends the Metro Code to establish a codes offender school. Councilmember Bedney.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Dow.
Coast Fair and Farmers Market Committee voted to defer 1 meeting, 4 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Pridemore.
Budget and Finance voted 11-4-0 against for one meeting deferral.
Councilmember Bedney.
So I guess I respectfully request that we defer for 1 meeting.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1130 approves agreements between Metro Government, Nashville Electric Service, the U.S. Marshals Service, Belmont University, and the Smyrna Rutherford County Airport Authority for access to Metro's emergency radio dispatch and response system. Councilmember Pridemore.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Baker.
Public safety beer and regulated beverages approved 4-0.
Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance voted for approval 11-4-0 against, and I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1131 approves a relocation agreement for space provided on poles as permitted by third parties and to relocate that equipment as needed to accommodate Google's fiber construction or placement of its fiber optic cables. Councilmember Pridemore.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Thank you. Public Works approved 7-4-0 against.
Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning approved Bill 1031, 10-4-0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Pridemore.
Move for approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1132 authorizes the Director of Public Property Administration to execute 2 quitclaim deeds conveying 2 parcels of property located on Finland Street and Hopedale Drive to Google Fiber, Inc. Councilmember Langster.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Public Works voted to approve the substitute 7-4-0 against, and then approved as substituted likewise 7-4-0 against.
Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning approved Bill 1132, 10-4-0 against as amended.
Councilmember Langster.
Move for approval.
Move the substitute first.
Move the substitute.
We have a motion and a second on the substitute. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute passes.
Back on the bill as amended, move approval.
We have a motion and a second on the bill as substituted. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1133 approves a construction agreement with CSX Transportation, Inc. for installation and maintenance of a preemption interconnection device at the railroad grade crossing of 40th Avenue North and Charlotte Avenue. Councilmember Pridemore.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Public Works approved, 7-4-0 against.
Councilmember Hunt.
Planning and zoning approved, 1033, 10-4-0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Pridemore.
Move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1134 abandons easement rights in a portion of alley number 12 for properties located at 200, 206, 216, 222, 2nd Avenue South, and at 209 and 217 1st Avenue South. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Thank you. Public Works approved, 7-4-0 against.
Councilmember Hunt.
Planning and zoning approved bill 1034, 10-4-0 against.
Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1135 abandons portion of the Woodfolk Avenue Alley number 1089 and an unnumbered alley right-of-way. Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Traffic and Parking Committee approved 5-4-0 against.
Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Thank you. Public Works approved, 7-4-0 against.
Councilmember Hunt.
Planning and zoning approved bill 1135, 10-4-0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrison.
I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1136 abandons a portion of an unnumbered alley right-of-way and easement. Councilmember Langster.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Thank you. Public Works approved this, 7-4-0 against.
Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you. Traffic and Parking approved this 5-4-0 against.
Councilmember Hunt.
And thank you. Planning and zoning approved bill 1136, 10-4-0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Langster.
Thank you for all your approvals. Move approval, please.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1137 renames Woodland Point Drive to Woodland Point Drive from Bell Road to the cul-de-sac. Councilmember Stites.
Committee reports, please. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Works had to defer by rule.
Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Traffic and Parking deferred by rule.
Councilmember Hunt.
And 1137 was deferred by rule by planning and zoning.
Thank you. Councilmember Stites.
Deferred by rule.
One meeting deferral. BL 2015-1138 abandons alley number 766 and alley number 767 right-of-way. Councilmember Westerholm.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Public Works approved, 7-4-0 against.
Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Traffic and Parking deferred by rules.
Councilmember Hunt.
Planning and zoning approved 1138, 10-4-0 against.
Councilmember Westerholm.
With 2 out of 3 in, I'd move to defer by rule.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1141 authorizes Nashville Urban Venture LLC to install, construct, and maintain an underground encroachment with within the public sidewalk of 11th Avenue South. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Thank you. Public Works voted to approve, 7-4-0 against.
Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you. Planning and zoning voted to approve 1141, 10-4-0 against.
Councilmember Gilmore.
Move for approval. Thank you.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-835 changes .49 from R8 to SP zoning for property located at 1813 Beach Avenue to permit up to 7 detached residential units. Councilmember Moore.
I need to defer this one meeting, Vice Mayor, due to this being 3 months, so I need to defer it just one meeting.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1106 abandons a portion of Benham Avenue right-of-way. Councilmember McGuire.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With all reports in, I would move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1115 accepts permanent easements for the Hester Beasley Stormwater Improvement Project for 2 properties located at 9262 and 9269 Hester Beasley Road. Councilmember Mitchell.
Committee reports.
All in, all approved.
Move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1116 abandons easement rights retained in a former right-of-way for property located at 4911 Tennessee Avenue. Councilmember Baker.
All committees in, move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1117 abandons easement rights for the former 50th Avenue North for property located at 4913 Kentucky Avenue. Councilmember Baker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All committees in, move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2011-1118 abandons approximately 51 linear feet of an 18-inch DIP sewer main and a portion of easements and accepts 385 linear feet of 10-inch DIP water main and 2 fire hydrants assemblies and accepts 21 linear feet of 8-inch sanitary DIP sewer line for property located at 6834 Charlotte Pike. Councilmember Baker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All committees in, move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2015-1119 abandons an 8-inch sanitary sewer main manhole and easement and accepts a new manhole for properties located at 1202 and 1204 Tremont Street. Councilmember Baker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All committees in, move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Is there a motion to adjourn? All in favor, please say aye.